Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furu kube puntim punasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mnianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabing say you. Wati unkensen. Kwabena. Keja guma mniyanko.
I believe and I know Ghana shall rise again. My vision for our beloved Ghana aligns with your expectations for a better Ghana, one that we're going to build together. Beyond my vision, ladies and gentlemen, our Constitution also gives us hope. It creates the foundation for our fourth Republican democracy, a democratic dispensation that is still the best form of government and which we must guard and protect. Because however abysmal and appalling the performance of a government is, the people have an opportunity to make a change at the next election. Clearly, the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia NPP administration has failed to meet the expectations of the Ghanaian people, and they must prepare to bow out at the next election. And they must start preparing their handing over notes. And get ready to account to the people of Ghana for their stewardship. Yes, there is hope for our country. I firmly believe in our collective ability as a party to lead a transformation agenda that restores decent values, revives youthful aspirations and ambitions. Ours will be a progressive government that provides equal opportunities for decent and sustainable livelihoods. I'm convinced that by working together with Ghanaians, we shall turn Ghana's hopelessness and gloom today into a better and brighter tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, let me dwell a bit on the destructive elephant in the room, which is the economy. Literally and figuratively, the government's economic management team has displayed grave incompetence, mismanaged Ghana's economy, and inflicted severe hardships on Ghanaians, including the elderly and the young. Ghanaians now know the address of the so-called solid economic management team, in quotes. The chairman and members of this economic management team have become the butt of jokes in people's homes, in the marketplaces, in restaurants, on social media, and on the airwaves because of their misguided commentaries both in opposition and government. As a leader, your word should always be truthful. It should be sincere and honest. It should count for something. If you are not truthful, you lose the trust of the people. Prices of goods and services continue to see extreme increases with devastating effects on the livelihood of Ghanaians. The price trends reflect the inflationary increase from 15.4% in December 2016 to over 40% presently. Unfortunately, as inflation rises, employment has not improved but has worsened. The growth rate of the agricultural sector, which was 2.7% in 2016, despite all the sloganeering, was a paltry 0.7% in 2022. The manufacturing sector, which stood at 7.9% in 2016, dipped to 4.5% in 2022. And the construction sector has gone down from 8.4% in 2016 to 4.2% in 2022. Sometimes, when I read about these terrible economic trends coupled with credit rating agencies downgrading Ghana, I ask, what has happened to the unprecedented resources that have accrued to the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government since 2017? No government in our fourth republic has had the sheer amount of resources that have been made available to this particular government. And yet they have been unrelenting in hiding the truth. The fact, however, remains that by March 2020, the pre-COVID era in Ghana, the national debt had already increased by 100 billion within 3 short years. And this shows a steep rise from the 120 billion in 2016 to 225 billion in 2019. Indeed, the budget deficit of 7.5% recorded in 2018 had at that time exceeded the legally accepted threshold of 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, the combined effect of the critical economic indices before COVID-19 and after COVID-19 points to one truth. The immutable truth is that the NPP has blatantly mismanaged the economy of this country. And we cannot allow them to continue holding Ghana's progress in reverse gear. Ghana is not for a few people alone. Ghana is for all of us and generations yet unborn. As I said, we must rise like the phoenix, rising from the ashes, renew, reform, and liberate ourselves from this misrule on December 7th, 2024. And this is why I'm running for president in 2024. And this is why you voted massively for me on Saturday, May 13th, 2024. I've proposed a raft of measures and referred the government to our NDC 2020 manifesto for policy alternatives. These measures still apply today because we are neck deep in an economic crisis. The first thing, government must take responsibility for this messy economy arising from its reckless borrowing and mismanagement of the country. This is going to be one of the immediate actions of my government, God willing, when voted into office. I'll lead a process to set a standardized limit for public borrowing. Government has refused to cut expenditure by reducing the size of government and adjusting the compensation and allowances of appointees and profligate expenditure. The president is rather appointing more people and continuing to recklessly overspend. Only recently, he appointed a CEO for mortuaries and funerals. John Mahama and NDC government will respond to the concerns of the Ghanaian people proactively and drastically cut down on the number of ministers and other government appointees.
The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past.
Own greed and selfishness destroy water bodies, knowing very well that water is life. People who for their own selfishness and greed destroy our vegetation, knowing that when the last tree dies, the last man dies, are murderers who must not be shielded. Any country that has no firm grip over the protection of its forests, nature reserves, wetlands, and biodiversity is one that is doomed to extinction. It is sad to say that Ghana is fast approaching this scary reality under the Akufo-Addo MPP administration, who are busy destroying all our vegetative buffers and water bodies to satisfy their greed and selfishness. As a further step to back our demands, the NDC shall formally, in the coming days, submit a request to both the Clerk of Parliament and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to initiate the necessary investigations into the gold mafia documentary as it relates to Ghana and the Galamsey report of Professor Frimpong Boateng. And before I conclude, you can see a snapshot of the faces of Galamsey campaigns in Ghana according to Professor Frimpong Boateng's Galamsey reports. They are all there, drawing inspiration for the two people in the middle of the circle, President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Friends from the media, it is our fervent hope and firm belief that these very serious issues will not be swept under the carpet, and that the Special Prosecutor and Parliament will rise to the occasion in order to stop the continuous desecration of our presidency and environment by President Akufo-Addo, his vice Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and the ruling New Patriotic Party. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. October 2017, Honorable John Peter Amayu, the first MPP Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, wrote to C&J Alaska regarding the Dwabo concession and directed that in view of the fact that the C&J Alaska does not have a valid mining operating permit and that the ministry has not yet ratified their mining lease, they were directed not to carry out any mining operations in the concession until their mining lease has been ratified. Ladies and gentlemen, the mining activities of this company have resulted in the destruction of many forest reserves in Ghana and the diversion of the course of the Ofin River. Yet this is the company the president's nephew, Gabi Ochredakon, sought to shield and defend. What Gabi Ochredakon sought to do was essentially MPP in the central region, who was indicted by Frimpong Boateng for the 500 missing excavators.
Kwani say yempese yebeti biem esanse 2023 yenru babia enkoda ekobe se 20 when say 8 when 9 enkoda say 17 na ewu ya wo mu twansu akọ school e na ewu edi enti na wo se basa spirituals na modern koda ni moja na ye de eye why eye mun protecting crofoma anya sans of various communities no ahemfo no opinion leaders no mu ankasa mu hunu kwan ya mo befa so a mo nkoda no be protect wo mo because ye jai enkoda no edo mo hye aban ensa enkonkosi si ye kase ye jai enkoda no esu kuko enkoda no ho bambo ye kase ye jai di ama aban no a wonya hwemfa ho edi various communities enkoda no twansuo ansa na enkoda na ko school no mesremo ahemfo opinion leaders community no mpanifo amuwo PTF wo munyina mo nka mo humbom sebe empatadan kura mo mbo asase de bi wo ho na enkoda no ko school wasa communities nim koda na mo wo island twetwansuo ko school no because ye jade to aban no so a ahwe ye kura life jacket no de be ban kura no boat no kura no anase canoe no chese de besi enso ahwe ye kura o mo hye life jacket kura so no na no kura protect wo mo so Timbuktu Ghana Mali Sumangu you know what you show African Watch Education Report or the by was CBC ye e was in the East no ma recommendations Ministry of Education say ko mu di so anka beboa recommendation first one na wo mu nyina dan say sa communities na wo island no abani hu ni obeye won see classroom blocks e wo hono mo ne fam protecting kura no esan say enye convenient enye even convenient kwasa koda ya work class 1 class 2 class 3 class 4 na wo twa nsuo anopa etwa nsuo anwumere en wo de akọ school enye papa ema wo man no ewiase eni bieba eni tieba Ghana modernization civilization se kra de masanso kra de se digitalization nyina ba be piso yensue bibi fefri sa na ema wesemu na yenkoye nimu because eya na ahomete awe ho se ade enu kwase esie na si accident die si will be to bus will be to sprinter will be to Ford will be to the private car na kwa konya accident no ende ye normal bibia timisi but accident bi wono ma esia uhunu se ye ankase negligence ade bia na wose ye edisi accident no ho ban na ye ntimi anye amfansi accident no enu nti na si ye ebi ye de si last week ya enkora 9 eye onyankopon dia nanka Ghana Education Service for betimi ayi bibia afa ho nanka American Boga Dr. Educhum nanka betimi ayi bibia afa ho Education Minister nanka National Disaster Management Organization betimi ayi bibia afa ho Member of Parliament or constituency nanka betimi ayi bibia afa ho Municipal Chief Executive Officer nanka wasa assembly ho no municipality nanka betimi ayi bibia afa ho nanka betimi asia no kwan nenso eno nka ya dwendwen ho eno enka ya dadwen ho enti de biada e beto akoso sacrifice nkora enkoda akoda dachi bi ko betimi ba be ye Minister of State akoda nka dachi betimi ba be ye Member of Parliament akoda nka dachi bi betimi ba ye dwumaden dia so o my Ghana no esan wo bia na wukwa me serve no maso was star bia ebi ebusuafo yemre mu International Monetary Fund IMF de yatie enyina dan say board approval no na aka last year and a staff level approval by no kra no mo kan ye said o mu si ye ho press conference no o mo ye in such a way say natural say process no kra no be say 80 to 90% there yade a go through and say na say number say 25% na enu baby a staff level no say o mo approve ya press conference na finance minister can overreact ye ni say na ye press conference hunu na mfa so bia ni so na mehunu se uko news portals ni social media so a NPP communicators especially woman national communication director Richard Ahiagba wohunu adwuma sa akwa no wo ye ene e treat dia wo treat pa kire se wo mo treat e post to e ka ase enye san krofo we semu ene free 2021 na eba Ghana as economic indicators economic expert for economist for and then they post jina be adru na wo ka kire ban we say o man ni de adru no mun save businesses mun save o man no every mess economic crisis a yentimi enso no yentimi engina no na yenko International Monetary Fund can oferiata eye event kase equal to Bible akase we have the resources we can manage our country we can do this we can do that and akoye se body ama wo mo say board level no ye twen se na be ye press so be ye meeting no ma ye press conference aka kire Ghana for say so wo ma wie bibia because your creditors no the edikoto wo mani no ma tia say the edikoto wo mani kra o ma nka kire ye hye da hu die wo mu ni nyina da no say o man ne ka no say Ghana ka no over 600 billion na eda o man Ghana so no can oferiata one mismanaging system no sa e ka no debt restructuring program na wo ye no domestic debt exchange program na wo ye no abanya e wona nimu a ebeba no after 2024 general elections 2025 2026 2027 no wona wo ba be suffer the consequences obi mismanagement wo bi adwuma hu na wo ye no the next administration and eba be struggle onu na eba be sa cost no sa difficulties no sa challenge no wona sa de so no ba no aba be so a etiemaye bibia ama no eka no munsum na mudi egu aban saba munsum na mudi egu obi so in any case $600 million ya mani agye mo ho a mani abre mo ho a mo bo hu se no ye hye na Akufo-Addo ne second term yase no every 2021 ebe prim samre loan aya gye wo Ghana ha sei just 2 weeks as 3 weeks ago parliament ko break ye fra wo mo loan wo gye ye na ye sei wo ka swami interchange kono ngo bypass as overpass as o mo kwakoye any other loans bomu a loan 1.5 billion US dollars ne kwakoje loan yes just last week year treasure bill loan ko aban na je 3.3 billion Ghana cedis the wo ho no mo maaye it is $600 million ya as one man de ye dru no enu na kire se eba beju o man Ghana afi wo ha no amane mu no menti ase enu am se Dr. Case Auto Forson what with deputy finance minister Ansah Adam sa papa no ka se kire se ne se sa IMF deal no ego tru a enu betimi aboa ma capital market no ya sa tie si wakwa kwaji loan etisa Ghana for se moti ase a it's not about 3 billion loan facility aye pede free IMF ho na mo se ne be ye wiase nyina hunu se eya kohwifo memu na ekoso wo Ghana ase sika bia beto futuo mu a ye wia ye fa etisese ye ni anu na de Kenya fo kra event ase wo mo twetwe Ghana wo mo sre Ghana Togo ha ye da bia wo mo sre ye se comedian fo kra na sre Ghana e wo Togo comedian fo wo mo kra na ehuru Ghana sre Ghana etu o man no ye ni any credibility bia because dia wa se wo man no e de wo man no atokam ato wo haw ato crisis mu no se nipa kro na esa lead wo man no se nipa kro no ye president Akufo-Addo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ene ne yana meka ne se wo vice president o na head economic management team na ni abrese o president yedi but onu timi ka kire Ghana for se ememu no ememu ofun ememu no a destroy wo man no eti wo yi ne ho afiri mu a edie ba biam na aka vice president economic management team onu ne da no ene ni edifo ni team fo wo mu tisi ade wo mu ka ne se President Akufo-Addo any finance minister na ase wo man Ghana wo mu ji tum se Ghana sei wo mu ji tum se wo man ye dakam wo mu ji tum se sika e beto afutuo mu no kan oforiata any President Akufo-Addo ministers wo ma wia because wo mu ye julofo wo mu ya kronfo vice president se nsema wo ka de ate ne ho edi esan ne ho ne se sa memo fun tantan reckless borrowing reckless expenditure say President Akufo-Addo etu kwan de luxurious private jet mu no wose na ye nsem hunu na papa kotwibra amemu na ekoso no vice president say woni mu ho hwe because almost sideline no render the president na say the office ni useless wa anya hwe enti dia koso no vice president office fo nyina da say yensum efan group mampani Akufo-Addo any kind of reality so eti MPP communicators ya mu ye dede wo social media so IMF board approve omo ba announce ye benya $600 million no sika 3 years ni anase na nado second term free 2020 2021 2023 ban 2022 2023 ban no edie na $600 million be you my Ghana abusuafo edi Euro bond best say 12 billion US dollars anya Ghana share. Euro bond ni issue ni 3 billion. Ya je 3 billion no enu ni entwa in trenches yo. Enu ya kwaji ni boom na ba. Enu no anya Ghana hwe. Enu ni do man na kwa crisis mu. Ama Ghana say ama ene ordinary Ghanaian. Ena ye vulnerable. Ye na ye suffer. Ye na ye bre it is ade achi ne yakoda ne yesore ne yakase transport fares ye ntiso 10% ya eno no eye osebo edima MPP serial callers MPP ministers MPP communicators because abani say ye nti transport fares 10%. Even before 2020 transport fares na ko say just 2022 ye to transport fares mu best 150% ewo Ghana ha transport fares ye tumu best 150% eti enai no yate so say ya enu ne se yakwada ne yesore ne yakase ye te so 10% ya enu ne kira say President Akufo-Addo ade a wa ye Ghana fo no ebi ma da $600 million. They are be Ghana. And ne Ghana ya timu say CA. Less than a month ni you say treasurer bill just last week. Treasurer bill nko alone abana ji wo mu 3.3 billion Ghana cedis. Parliamentarians score break aye frɛ wo mu no. You say ye kwa akoye swami. Na mo de asante ni de ma wo mu metutu amena e wo swami rana wo mu sesa ibudozers ni caterpillar ni grader. E metutu amena e wo swami wo so ba be ye interchange. Mo de mu ni mu wa mo hwɛ na. Mo ni mu wa mo hwɛ de o ma ye lafo. La General Hospital ya buogu na Akufo de MPP for pe bibi de ate wo manim because wo ma hu say wo mo stronghold ya Ashanti region no wo ma di wo ma bro wo ma di asantefo bro wo ka ya yi akwan aban bie ne ho no ba wani akwan wo kwasechre East District Evijansa Square constituency a NDC the late President Mills ya John Dramani Mahama beto aso NDC DC your honomu feeder roads akwanya wo mu ye wo honomu na nya asem ketwa ensuo bi honomu ani anya bridge wo so da enso enne during NDC 8 years no ya bridge wo so eti se otumfo ene asanteman na se mutena honomu na wo mani nguase wo mani wuo omu betutu amena ese se grade abegu honomu se omu baba be ye interchange e wo so amia nana mu beti bie hu a Ashanti region. So I may run about wo. Sa traffic na wo ho no mu no a. Woni namu a wo nkwa wo ma no. Se mo tina se ye di because obey interchange no obe starting in next year election 2024 mu obe starting. No starting in next year na sika bay on pesika bi na former president Kofo ya wo ja ho no mo e ka eto the late President Mills so a na Ghana for twetwe no Accra Kumasi Road na ye government of Ghana GOG and finance GOG no wan kire wa mofutuo bi anto no say sika we ene ye dey ye ne latter days e wa ban mu no so wo ye kwan ne latter days ene okosi Kumasi askwa so wo ye interchange ene koye eka eti se mutena Ashanti region na mu de mama political party colors a blend mu mani afirefra because we MPP ni no se mutena hono mu se na nado so wakwaji loan $750 million e de baba yeso ami interchange mo beti bie hu apa e wo Kumasi wo eti me ka baba si so eni ayi kura parliament $1.5 billion eti dia na $600 million e be ye Ghana mo ka kire Ghana for say ye revenue generate no entimi enhwe wo man no. When was the last time Ghana Revenue Authority be ka kire ye say taxes e was wo mu generate no wo mu nsanka wo mu exceed wo mu target. Ghana Revenue Authority every year be sika kura was wo mu generate no e buro so bebre eti say ye sika ye nya no abanya djuma for Ghana population over 30 million. Abeduma if woman lose 700,000. Abeduma if woman a private companies in the kuta wa mine and so a brony bay any atrimodint no and I could forward a bank. Private companies be brain ego the angu yanswa will lay off. It is a sikana yenyan ye generating wa maimuno. Enya be aid foreign aid a piece one SIG loan a piece one sense so wa mine wa. And was see a cutty expenditure. Yes, young cutty expenditure. The ya say new taxes near introducing new taxes. Apart from new taxes, I introduce no taxes are a one more existed once no so ya increasing no taxes are one more than no ya amend the bills ya di bia keke ka ho na no ya 3 and ya amend ya dia ba be wuramu ya introduce new taxes ni nyina no enso o man no $600 million US e dia na ba be ye Ghana for Ghana kwa IMF in 2021 na baby a o man ni gina no o man an clash can of reata said da wonko because ne bosi a wo bo wonu ni sha e wo mu no wonya nwie ye Ghana no se o man ni adani abutu o man na sei o man na tosubunu mu e free 2020 COVID crisis mu 2021 and then 2022 kwa na be bo ni pechire eno na be ka Ghana chire hwenkrofo companies ya a collapse wo Ghana ha and na warehouses a wo import niema ba ho nyina ye empty because your port nyina ye empty na no madam fu bi ka kire me say ne ka o use wo abrochire no e be say 4 months ago no yes wo de ba 80 agent any duty ma no agent duty a 4 months ago o je your de ma no na ye 48,000 just last week was say why ready o kwache peka no agent ni san ko check ma no ka ba ku ni duty wo be 208,000 Ghana cedis nti ka no kura wa nya mfa ama was say 4 months ago no office agent ni kura na ebu no wasama agent afoforo mienu a check ya ma no eye 108,000 eti se wo bo humusuo se we wa ma agent na ancheke e na bo humusuo na ade ba ya wo de wo free say okay 4 months ago no na ye 48,000 enti wo de bebedu Ghana ha say ya wo de kwata kra no enu be say 60,000 na de wo de aba wo de ba ne ye bo over 100,000 Ghana cedis a de anya ne say wunya sika enyi na kromfo na omugu Jubilee House wona kromfo presidency and Roberts ne guo na wo ma ko no makwa akoyi no wo mu dem no wo mu ko no wo mu ba enka yenya mampani papa bia yenya leadership papa bia wo dwene wo man ni yedie so wo ba mamuo wo be hwe wo man ni progress wo man ni development a so wo man ni be ko nanimu a enka nye $600 million and na MPP for mu ba hu se because that $600 million no yenya ne mpempem wo Ghana ha se ya President Akufo-Addo such a useless government omuntimi nchire sika mpempem no euro bond over 12 billion no omuntimi nchire de omude ye na Ghana ye debt over 600 billion Ghana cedis no omuntimi nchire ade a omude ye na no ye betina hanoma ne ye ni abere se agenda 111 ba akupa bia na sa Richard Ahiagba ene awa Muhammad mo we si e wa ha ye betina ha ye yi former president John Dramani Mahama hospitals are was see across the country cheap compounds are was see across the country they say President Akufo-Addo ani wo e say agenda 111 contractors no just say pressure we dey see because any wu the my President Akufo-Addo say after 7 years e wa ban mu no ontimi complete just one clinic health facility just ekome any wu eti Ghana ene ye gina BSC ya eti e de be pa busuafo e de na $600 million e be you my Ghana de Ghana ye hu bi da $600 million e wo President Akufo-Addo amemum wa de ye hu bi da eno no ene Public Utility Regulatory Commission PURC for omo the announcement aba say electricity tariffs omutum more than 18%. Me bana mitie vow our Class FM midday life or say next week omo the water and so the aba beba because Ken Oforiata e committee ye credit test no wo Washington DC and our cho ye nkra e ka kire ye say ye ba betu tonkane ani nsuo buom enne ahunye hia ne ahukyire brewem enti se wokoda na osore se na wote se ye ti fu ayi transport fare so 10% ya Kuranu a wo wo no nya bi ni 10%. Abro memuo etirimodinfo memuo. Agese obi ani tirimodin enti se me ye show sa no obi wa abroche no send message no ka kira wo se aha nyina crisis ni ye komu a oti abroche no ayasa no wo memu nan. Wonya adwuma aban wo kutankrata aban na mane dan. Busumi bia wasika aban de ma no ne mako suku wontua suku fisi etu tena so na wo ye ya obetwe nkwase message no de amount countries a wodu a covid no no Russia Ukraine affect wo economy no wo di just measures bi gu ho eniema gu ho no mu a wo di cushion wo nipa but Ghana ha no mu de ya hu hia bremu ya hu kire bremu ye kom bremu ye wo bremu ne anya mampani tirimodefo a won unity mamfuo ho na fe kura na chese wo miati mamfuo mene no waku ye ene ya tonkane abuo mu PURC for say next week ekono wo mu di nsuo de beba na se wo president ya woni adwene a wodi dwene nipa ho a wo yedi ni bu man papa panimu a ondwene nipa yedie ho ondwene se nipa ho akyere no wono ankasa ne age mate fo kora pensioners fo kora wo mia wo kwa akum wo mo na wo me na ma baba wa me de agya kyekere fo aso a ai so ho who was such a leader who was such a leader no lead wo man ya o man no ebe collapse wo man be say because onwere hwe what president Akufo-Addo nwere hwe dia wa junior no say wono dia oba be di president and then 8 years no dia was wonya edima na busua chebia busua wanya eno ano no eno ana hia no eti na PUC for say take effect 1st June yeah electricity tariffs ya tum 18.36% and na Ghana ebese na nse de bia citizen show Bobie etena hanoma no wo kan ni ye kan se obetimi to light 50 cities and tekino bese 3 days enti se wo 200 cities ya ebeteke 3 days ye ka kira wo se ema party colors enfra wani a wo free se ye ka kira wo se ye di watem ema party colors enfra wani na enije se me wo mu ne se de ya na ye me de ne se he we se ye me kwakoto light ya ye me kan chasa na ameja ku na wiabo a Bobie no ho a wote radio so kan kwase asem no eti wo buoni ene ye kan kira wo se wo ye serial caller wo na wo de abani nsem hunu a wo die no wo ye communicator wo free defend enti wo nso buoni apetesio gidisio ye nyina ya bro pepepe aho kire no ye ni NDC fo aho kire ene ye wo MPP fo aho kire ye nyina na ye ho kire ye wo man Ghana mu o manya enkrofo nwuma eguo nenya boat num ne wuba ne yango ena abe save graduate form ku Ghana hanoma ko mbe ye mobo se enkrofo nwuma gu o manya e wo crisis mu a da bia de be chi bia Yesu ye tiem ye bre eniema boden ennuane boden ensuo boden enkania boden wo manya Yesu no sa o mai we ena ye mia ye kon
na also omato light mu say
18.36%. Ebe take effect June.
Okay. Ena ensuo no so mbeto.
Ebeba next week. Ebeba neti unim Kwabena unim hwe September less than a year. Ya to nkania buomu 75.36%
within a year.
Enu year because like 2022 yeah. September then take effect September 2022 and electricity omutumu 27.15%. And February 2023 omutumu this year 29.96%. If I say 30%, February omutumu 30%.
Yeah.
So from last year September to June year omutumi ya to light in Kwemu electricity 75.36%. Less than a year.
Enti say no ye import duties no kosoro ena omo AGA a year 20% extra taxes on beverages and other stuffs and sana the income tax
and growth and sustainability
income tax no minim sika kura omo di amaye ya omo ji hu income okay so which means say Ghana ni ordinary worker the wote a year circle a year adwuma no wo ka kire driver ni on na na ma wo nyansa ho asema ya ye ka no wo ka kire drivers say wo mo ntete wo mo lorry fare so
10%
by 10% na 10% no so wo mo etete so a ni nyina ne say fuel above from say yanko ho enra young lady bibusa very fantastic question was say oye mate oye trotro mate
okay
oba no
ma bebre say me hu say man so atias
yeah oye trotro mate ono sabita frache onyasai na okoto eye milo a eyesai okoto asichira eyesai okoto brodo a eyesai entisenka aban no hunu nyansa say yantete eniema boso then we catch a trotro driver and say until 10% in free so you are making sense because trotro ru ano ene trotro a driver no omko aboso kan ya said ye aboso kan for kofa niema ba the import duties based on that no de beton wo niema enti ono no so okwa ade wa aboso kan ya yente niema no so obedi run the business. Now you are telling this person say oh baba beto here electricity move from June, right? 18% no dia baba kan ho menu ka se na na ma mete se wo kan ho asem amount for to meter light 50 cedis 3 days na asa
is it some 200 3 days
yeah ade na e banana ma ehu ade na kufa mu ye na ehu ade na omo ye na ehu ade na omo ye because Ghana need to mean turn light ema ni beye 1 week say wakoto light 50 cedis 3 days asa
usu wasatum
wasayatum which means now 150 cedis any 3 days o
dabi yatum dia say ni Kwabena say no say upe 3 days age say auto 70 cedis and say 80 cedis
Ansah when you 3 days
Ansah when you 3 days yes they say auto 100 cedis 100 cedis ain't me for 1 week because you are tuned by 18% less than a year Kwabena. What to light and so on can go. What to light munkwa 76% less than a year.
No, but
because September so the ebeba so omo ye quarterly. Omo ye quarterly. PULC because on February and I say omo do we say yaba. It is September the ebeba less than a year. Me fan say 9 months and ya took and kania nkwensu nka ho 75%.
But nanama I don't know AC Okroma no obi aye din ehwesa no. And I heard you talking about $600 million. Tradada kra nyama na kokokokokokoko. Tradada. Sika, but I heard you asking Sika Emma Ghana ha ebida. Any $600 million. But you see, nanama the point they say enye 600 na ban say o man no beto mo. Ekufuado bawomia kenofuriata ba mo mo wieska no ekufuado ye kromfo o wieska no hwe ngwasi asem bia no mo adi o mo se minim se wat wasma o mo se boy bia didi ekufuado atem enti o ma remand no say 2 weeks or say 3 weeks
e wo Ghana ha ene ya di obi akokọ to so adidi akufo adwa
yes
ene
so adidi akufo adwa atem ti aremande no hwe be ma ho a o so obi adidi atem ti no ye mfa no nkotu
after sa ensengunu we ye koso agana sofa no
wo akufo adwa atem didi be na wo ni di atem didi a wo di kofo ne Rollins no wo krom ha sa gabi we useless boy we no mu fi ofo no nyina asa abodamfo sa gabi useless boy we e ka kire e delete me say o ye kraman ba sa gabi we ya omo brother useless boy we and na ya say obi adidi akufado attempt ne de ko remand 2 weeks say 3 weeks e ye we num na omo ka kire ye say e Rollins and this front democracy ase e ye akufado we a very useless president ever in our lives, very useless man to society. This useless man Akufo-Addo emrebi atwam no omni SK Buafo apreku na omo organize symposium forums akese no mo treye na Rollins tyranny saja na kwaku baako ene benefs omo nyina no ka ho and a Rollins and a tyrant dictator and a Rollins and Kanasem and a Rollins and one moja and a Rollins and we say today you Akufo-Addo you ayawo say Rollins ti asene de Rollins ne wu gina ho a hwan ene se nipa mutimi insorte on catch atames woman FM say wo ye be di watama am wawu
so
oh yes on Oman FM on Oman FM catch atames ye be di watama am wawu ene sa akwa we si wo no obi adidi natem enti enko jeli no Can you imagine the kind of country it is? We have all these civil societies. Omayedin, Franklin Kujonom, Imani Ghana. Right?
Yes,
yes, and Opama Kwame new story now. And yes, you know, yet no remand.
I remand you.
Yes.
I'm a judge and swatna so remand.
Say a criminal, say obedi de Akufo-Addo atem. A criminal offense. Say omon fan she code num. Na baba be ye asem na ho. But be use British force. What you say? Omon fan she code num say ye dey say a criminal code num. So the Akufo-Addo atem a criminal offense. Na ababa be ye asem a eda ho. There be any be no force. Say where the Akufo-Addo atem. Now oh ye video. Na video no call viral. And a phrase for akwa no more action no. And Akufo-Addo say omo nkore mande no. Inti e normal remand no 2 weeks. Oba afa no omo bedi na sem. Hwe Jimmy. Hwe Jimmy.
Na Akufo-Addo dey say Kwabena with this current crisis say nipa wo mu.
O run o man tantan say. Hwe ka se Baomia akototo abebuo. O man sika na Baomia $100 million. Now sir your taxes added to talk us a campaign. Even when the people are telling you that look on craft one a door so teso. What say on teso? Nurses bebusa sika ni ho. We bebusa sika ni ho. We bebusa sika ni ho. Pensioner sika uwie di. Sika ni also mwenye sika akoto your friend say pickups adi be campaign. Now what the Ghana for fa or young pain. Odo mo fa pain mu wie na Ghana ni no sabe na ninye
Kwabena na Akufo-Addo sanke ye chine na nke ya bonu
na David
o atem didie kwa
David o
e wo sanke ye chine na
nke ya enye democracy enga Akufo-Addo mfata se wotra konwa so even a day atem didie nkofo abedi ni pa okromu a atamions
Dina Mahama Oman FM First Lady Fekwa e kwasa sema no moto Oman FM but wo tina na wo ye dia
omo so Oman FM that time omo solo dina mu pa no obia ayi wuntumi to me tra radio so say Lordina ko dwom oba na jo mama no omo made eda ekroma ndi Akufo-Addo no ya no aka ne kwa yire mu no a eya na ho didimatem ya ba ma ho complain so obi didimatem look at you ho didimatem ya te kroma ana Canada Japan ko gina ya fra ne say Adom FM anopa say kwadwompiani ye ne ti say amonche host no busa no Canada asema wo kan kwadwompiani mpianim ye MPP panio Akufo-Addo tia enya ne de o se Akufo-Addo tia na me otimenchen metinenchen e wo ne dem e na mafre wo so yi
so what
yes ti Akufo-Addo ka kire omo free radio akase ene Akufo-Addo say ono obi adidi na temti yemfa ne nkɔ remand obi adidi atem a we ne remand ne say ene kwagu ba ku nom se dem kwa me se fa kan nom se ho they are happy because enya wo mo ento wo mo those days are near tier radio na ayi your friend say kwagu ba ku ene Rollins nsensem yi ene ekuada bia no mo ba Hello FM omo ni se fa kan no mba ayi Hello FM ene kwagu ba ku ekuada bia Rollins na ye topic ene onya se sa Rollins gu ha enna 79 and then find Kosia and a journalist now Kasani Abecho now Bekasa look Kwame. Those days you don't know what happened. Not so to what in your radio. Today.
It is story known as
the
circuit court has remanded into police custody a 40-year-old Thai setter for insulting President.
Aye.
Oh, may ma enti Accra Circuit Court and yes. So what? But Kwabena situation Ghana for woman. Insult ye enough, my president.
Now, all your man for Uya or man for what we are or minor. When we abusu ya for your minor. Akufuado eba Edwina only $6 million facility will come to me.
Oh yes, Kawai.
The OSP at war, they should investigate him. $6 million. Akufuado.
Oh yes, Kawai.
No, Papa no mu no ankasa no ya adwuma da ben.
O Papa to opposition.
No, $6 million.
$6 million for the Kwakosi restaurant.
What's it?
Now I'm a common do be 40 or no 40 years.
Yes.
A common dinner.
Yes.
Eh, be on to talk electricity continue.
Yes.
Now you must say.
Yes.
Or every right say because we are useless leadership.
Yes.
We are useless leadership.
Also I know there. Did the atam no mo didi Yakufo ene atamos ene
Mahama.
Or there be ono no there eni kwaso obi adidi na tembi. So ono so aye na ofriche bi o nipa che obi a. Omo na ya abrofo no.
Ghana ni su se wontimi nto aduane ni ontimi nto kanea ye tum na so obi tira no odidi watama wo si wadidi watam
Ghana ni asore se ono wontimi nto light 50 cities and them 3 days Ghana ni o wo de okofa nkrofo PDS ebejeje Ghana fo sika na mo che diye mo diska no wutibi kofa hoho efra bonten COVID bae yati kromo a wodi contract le be ma Ghana ni no and offer alata for Nigeria for and frontiers and the ma wo mo and om sisa o man sika no om de koye wodi sa nkwasi asem we wi a usimo obi anka njo se wudi nkwasi asem ada ya usu wu friche bi na wo ya nana and wudi nkwasi asem a mo bia emie na no nka se kwasi asem na wudi kire ye no uko fa hoho edo mo beti yesika wa bra no Gucci any other have a sentence e wo kroma uko fa hoho beti yesika even contract kroma ansan bi yebusa health minister oso onim wo mo yebusa foreign minister onim wo mo obi ase onim wo mo why na de wo betra ho uwie ya na mo issue a statement say under a LTI bill no obi anu kwa so obusa sa company nasem Nigeria for abeji esika ko na Akufo-Addo issue statement say under the RTI bill oni pada se ni bia ni wo Ghana ha o wa kwa so obusa adwuma frontiers for be ye wo kotoka
Unu mi say first you amoye no eno omudi kan de ho ayi bai say omunya $60 million.
Yes.
Ghana de dem ne $1 million.
$1 million. Yeah.
If so omudi say $60 million ni buy ya public ne bashi wo mo aye no an free wo. The last time say be joy for and the trading ma Ghana airport odi for. Omo say that wo ntimi fam wo.
No. Say based on information no on say omo issue statement that under the RTI bill nobody should question adwuma ankrofo no be ye. Can you imagine that a foreign company will enter Ghana from Nigeria? How many are buying and sign contract? The foreign minister is not aware of their presence. The health minister say onya aware. Chese obi anim ho hwe. Airport for no aso omunim omo. But omo airport wo ye adwuma. Omo wie ya omo gisika no ko. Omo wie ya na ye president issue statement say
obi antimi misa omo for accountability.
Yes. Now, also say boy we one can tell say wunim Ansah no on ka de na njere. So your president now dim kwasi asem say ya. Also say abrante we one can tell say wudim kwasi asem. Ene Jesus omuku no. Ofre remand ne ba, omo fa no kwatasi range. No omo nko bonu tuo nku no. Ni ahun say Akufo-Addo de. Wa ya de. Asem ekura ni. Yeti kroma Among forces said them, Nanama, among forces said them, a de because a Akufo-Addo na ye. You say a Credible Rollins and a Gentu, okay. Okay, identification haircut. Okay. Identification haircut. Okay, is our story. Behwe interviews. Anywhere a forum sahodwo Ghana Bar Association. Omania, your Ghana Bar Association ukroma. They should come and tell us. Say a criminal, so be the president at a criminal. They should come and tell us. Sankuma. Tell Momu didi a friend say Mills. No mu dinner term. Was see for you to insult the president is not a crime. Enya bone enya unye won't to buy mra.
Sa president no so kwa ni ye dinner term no ni sebi nsewunu se ne ye na akoso.
Omu dinner term no na atamis AC atoabo gas. Omu dinner term no. A useless man like a Kufuadua, where we are on any ma, a we are on mine, the money, and then a year, let me talk about $30,000. The year to be taught a year back, $30,000. Now, SM Nensaso. More opposition, Yahumo. More opposition, Yahumo. So, and that is why I don't like this statement about Omu Musikadada. Nothing. We know them. We saw them. Me Gabi, mi hu Gabi. Mi ami ni asanti be dia tu. Me ne no na say Africa. Friday's live band. Na mo asempare. Ye gina yesia. Omu nyo bia. Omu ni kapre. Ekom ani bre. Ekom ani bre na nom de year politics. Na say obetra o man for that's what me bua bonten so for okofa eye foreigners mo mu betu oman no e gold China ni betu gold a na ya chi no a na osafuma afọ abusa ye say China ni no se ojeli no a emfaso ben ene wo so emfaso ben na Ghana benya miwa ya chi Ghana ni dia ni ajeli no na ajeli Ghana ni no ya emfaso
debi
osafuma afọ ye jeli Ghana for boys no nanim duano asdani broni mebwa ne ho ayefe
ochi China ni 3 days no release ni so won because wo ye adwuma ama wo
omo na do omo ba
yeah wo ye adwuma ama wo
omo
ochi Ghana ni dia na ejeli so
se China ni dia Ghana nyamfa so ne mo so ojeli Ghana ni a osafo mafo ni tuntum no adani broni okọ ni kuroma ye frɛ no osafo broni na ne ho ayefe say your friend say ade na no ho ayefe omo ke kan kwase asem saa o ka bi tro omo a omo so didi matem kwase asem kwase akeka nkwa obi adidi watem Ghana ni akola wo de no ko napko wo de no ko ya adwuma wie na yusu napko no na wo wies ka no wo wies ka no wie na wagu napko no fo sika ma omo onfa ma omo no ni di watem say. What did you tell say we are foolish man pa?
Last year the report by NAPCO sika ye see di komu e 660 million Ghana cedis.
Omo faskani na.
Went ya omo.
Omo faskani na.
E the report by say 2021 NAPCO sika was omo di tuamka 660 million.
Omo wies kani na.
Ba me wa mo di NAPCO for so.
Omo wies kano. Wo wies kani wi a wagunu ade no. Ugunu wi a osimo obi ankasa, mo obi anka ho asem. Enti wadidi watem ono akwala anu anani abre ne ho no wabegu banks amanfo sika akam ozima akwala ni di watem
ai ekwom de no
waye
wadwuma wo de ne ka 8 months wentua no de ekwom wodi yahudi kasa no aka kire ne say obedem because PLC for na medi nkomo bia ba me ba na ya to so e de afri ho no mo for citizen show so na wuti said ye di kan ya US trader da no Public Utility Regulatory Commission for watch say electricity tariffs normal to mu 18.36%. ye kwani ani PRO e de ma PLC Dr. Eric Kofi Obute agwotwe nkomo e de afasa ensemi ho doga wi ma hi good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor.
Adum, any of ye near the Namu or Maymu. Reporter Benie, say PULC, must electricity, Mutumu 18.36%, Ayanokra. The Edian Munina Swantia Mutumu, sir.
So, Mida say, But so yeah, and no crepa say the account the 18.36%. The woman say yeah tariff the last time you can say to maintain and not to restore the value of the tariff. I every month utilities enya ejuma you be quarterly tariff review. Now quarterly tariff review na be no busumi nsendia every 3 months we will take a look at some key parameters. Na the tariff review no key parameters no e be exchange rate na yewo inflation the gas price na you use the power thermal plants no and the generation mix between hydro and the thermal. And you consider some 4 factors no. The woman say from last time na tariff review of the adjustment which was in February 2023 no. Between then and now, depreciation at the currency, depreciation of 20.58 at the currency, and gas price, so gas na ton the power thermal plants, and so a cost by 6.9%.
Dog me ba okay depreciation. I just say city no about about 4 months a day.
Between the time I used to because the last time na tariff adjustment. They use 10 cedis 54 pesos to the dollar and I did tariff adjustment. But and then when you use 12 cedis 71 pesos at the adjustment. And to offer between 10 cedis 54 pesos as of the last tariff adjustment to this time I hear 12 cedis 71 pesos. Difference who calculate percentage was now 20.58%. And I cost so. And a fund when I did so I gas price and so I cost by 6.9%. Previous one I used was $6.09 MMBTU for the gas price. They say they are $6.52 for the per MMBTU for the gas price. And I used the year and so I cost by 6.9%. Now if I also at the last time I tariff they use just 75% of the exchange rate now. The tariff. We have the entire exchange rate. Anya, the empathy say 10.54 cedis now. You use and yet the actual exchange rate now use at that time. It should have been higher, but you use only 75% of it, which gave us the 10.54. And the akabe 25% of that, which we call under recovery of the utilities. Or when you recover, no.
Dog,
yeah. Know the count any the changes in the exchange rate, any the gas price, these are the ones that drive the tariff.
Say inflation, the Ghana Statistical Service per one report on the buyer. Say inflation rate no eswati abafom.
But almost a inflation rate no 41.2%.
Okay.
That is true. Into 41.2%. The last time inflation was hovering around 54%. But this time inflation 41.2%. But what far the rise in exchange rate depreciation, the gas price now make 1.76, it offsets the decline in the inflation rate.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Me exchange rate mumu rate because per Bank of Ghana rate or the minimum say state institutions need the Bank of Ghana ratings or the bano. And na mu use the yemu BPR. Per Bank of Ghana exchange rate was a 16th May Tuesday 2023 no. $1 10 cedis 95 pesos. But also mama best 12 cedis per dollar.
Okay, mami church mu. Na exchange rate na work no. But also we pen paper with me actually now one kasa fat so na here. The exchange rate from the Bank of Ghana to send your no 10 cedis 9571 10.9571. And any exchange rate now that was we use the Bank of Ghana exchange rate. Into any 10.9571. Make be effort under recovery of 25%. Me see the last tariff na you use exchange rate na you use 10.54. And yet na the count. If we had done more than that 100% now, it would have been more than 10.54.
And say more backlog exactly. And more backlog and found me patch me but and found inflation beba for more and found ratings a Bank of Ghana de beba yesika no etimi stabilize kakra ama rate no aba from because the Bank of Ghana say wo pay $1 a 10 cedis 95 pesos no and can because February de na wasamo de ba no ma fa ni nyina ama entinu na yese mu jai de gumu
into a card that which we need to make sure that we claw back. So Kano is not like young you soon a Kano echo a Kano de I was say we need to claw it back. We need to find a way. Even tariff for this trip crap 18.36% na Kano. And but it is 50% of the actual tariff that was supposed to have been implemented. And I see a use tariff nankasa 100% we want to claw back all the tariff now. The rate is there 27.5%.
Okay. Dog, mamemra so. E die be pan ni munyina so anti mususu se ECG ehia sika dodo a e wose mogide ma esan say yen consumers no anase customers no ECG ne nyaso papa bia no mo de esom ye wo crisis mu a ye da esumu enye se 1 hour enye se 2 hours e bia no ma light mi call of best 5 hours 6 hours 7 hours wo be fie no ne edum light ne kwa bia be se be 2 am 3 am afi na ne yaso bi wa kwa throughout the night wunya light no omo fa timetable bia ma enti se nipa no osum wuye no request say wo hia sika na wutu anya ya but this is the case ye what crisis mu ye nya dumso ba PU house na e was e mo ka bi ma consumer no as say the utility companies mu na makwa akoshe wo machi na mo ye adwuma ma wo
so enye sao na PU house mu ye wo homa both the utility service provider any consumers no we are supposed to act as a referee between the consumers and the utility service provider and ye ka bi ma consumers na ye ka bi ma utility service providers no too and na mpacho enye ECG nkwa na ehia sasika we na so mo pesa sika we na in the power sector no ye wo generators ye wo transmitters na ye wo distributors generators no omudo also VRA eka wo anu generating plants and a private generators no so wo so no na so power plant Ansah omo ye private generators and na transmitters no gridco na transmitting into who generate power na gridco never for power no e dey be ECG before ECG will distribute to the consumers. But in brain we hear about ECG because ECG is the one that interfaces with the consumers. And it is all going to ECG alone, but it's to the power sector to restore the power sector and to make sure that the debt which is accumulating in the power sector, no, it does not become too much for the economy to bear. And about quality of service issues. There are things that we are talking to the UCG and the power producers about. Dr. Obute, yes, my dear. Fair.
What's economic crisis? Situation Ghana for womu. September 2022. Electricity tariffs are more de buy 27.15%. 1st February electricity 29.96%, almost 30%. And then 1st June, you could 18.36%. Less than a year, about 9 months, less than a year. Electricity in Kuataris, you 75.36%. You try when you na, and so service was ye nya. Edifi utility companies one mono, yen sanka. PU Ansah mo ye mediator mo na mo dan tamu no mo nka ho hwe ba de mo kan ne say backlog ho e ka wo nti wo say Ghana fo tua e ye fair say less than a year Ghana with this current crisis ti mamufo wo mu ayesu no yetimi tua light nko a 75% increment
the pacho enye say ye filima consumers there be and yes the commission is insensitive to the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian. There be I'm also a consumer. I use electricity and I pay from my pocket. And yes, a bank doesn't give me the electricity for free. I pay from my salary that I get. And yet the immediate say the tariffs will be going up like that for us to be paying because it has implications for my disposable income. The tariffs will be going up like that for us to be paying. But situation and Aquafana Abasa And I'm sure let's not make it cumulative. Say, yeah, the 27, at the car 29, at the car 18 to get to that level. Each quarter with the parameters, the things that affect it in that quarter. Instead of when we say last quarter, it was 29%, 29.96, but this quarter it has dropped to 18.36, all because the parameters have improved. Exchange rate now using the exchange rate has improved. But
so yes, NC country be also. Ghana next year say yetimi to utility tariffs within a year. Not light and quite new year because we say next quarter September the answer beba. Na light and kwa electricity and quiet me to 75%. And ya Ghana or Benisa when you say we are not day. Emma ordinary Ghanaian to beg this increment in Yadi.
Yes, and anti-minim sao. Miss me ordinary Ghanaian. Market one I am made FM market one I am made to electricity any water near AFI. Me ordinary Ghanaian. I feel for the ordinary Ghanaian, just like any of our commissioners will feel for the ordinary Ghanaian. Ain't the commissioners in their wisdom will think say the tariff should not be at the margin that we calculated, but that it will be rather be a lower figure that the consumers should pay. But my point is say I don't want us to make accumulative and a year cumulative say 29 plus.
Because we are bad you by any winim. You two your salary no annually afibiani tum with maybe 10%, 5%. It is a auto light. Best 2023 auto light 50 Ghana cedis. Now within a year no ya two best 50% and answer 60%. And you know kabum. And ya can ya kabum because less than a fee and you to kania bum kania kwa 75%. A then a company set me survive. Factories, industries, a then no me survive with this increment. And they say musin so the bada bay because as a unique choice at the Ansah Eddie Aguiachi musin so the bada bay.
But in the coming days, the commissioners decide the Yabama will be assuaged.
But someone will say a good numapa increment in a good numa.
That increment now will come as MC. There are two sides of the equation. Say, we are in power. In the area, we are say, who could diesel, Emma generator, and as well could petrol. Abia Nibon Krabe more expensive than the Aunyafi via Reni Nasi for Honum. And we have to balance it very well. Not enquire to say, we are overcharging the consumer who cannot pay. The rates must be affordable for the consumer. At the same time, so we have to make sure, say, the utility service provider is also financially viable, financially stable. To
and yes, stable, penny, and only problem, no light in yes, stable. And yes, stable, so wouldn't say yes, stable, ye triano, more than can light in yes, stable, the idea who say, ya what tree, but your light is stable, and yes, stable, one casana can also stable, but that word now we should light is yes, stable.
Yeah, and I make say, we want to make sure, say, the light is stable because the utility service provider, also, they are also going through the challenges just as many ordinary citizens, here first are challenges, Almost if they don't have the money, they cannot do exactly what we expect of them. And they can only give us quality and stable power when we have enough gas, when we have enough, financing to run the sector. And the quality of service, it's improving over time. And yet, it's the one point thing, and quality of service, quality of service. But so it's over a period of time. Investment, now, it takes a year and over for us to see exactly what the outcome of the investment is. If the transmission line the transmission line, the project will even take about 2 years to complete before they energize the transmission line. Into the stable power in the future.
But Assembia Bemitrim, the me me hunu say ECG akwa power e na akwa yeka said the nanse momutisi mu a no amoda aka no mugigi sikai e na say sika na akwa kam no emma no wo hia sika enti omo che amagana fo atua sa na mimi hunu
o mpacha nyesa enyesa kra anka commission kra mpinisu sa the commission will not allow anything such of that nature enya dia ebe pinisu enti where a genuine, we call something prudent cost. And your cost meaning and pass it through there, be it me cost and pass it through. Into the inefficient cost, we disallow all inefficient costs. We only look at fair, prudent cost, which will make the utility service provider stable. Inefficiencies.
That's I was for Dr. Eric Kofi Obute. One no kasama for public relations officer. Public Utility Regulatory Commission PURC. Ena no atwetwe nkomo ene awie no. Abusuafo enti agata wo de ekaba ye enyaba. De ekosi ye nyina dan se effective June 2023 year kwenu. Enkane abo ya tumu 18.36%. Wase yankeka mum eden yankeka mum. Less than a year. Kane yankwa electricity nkwa ya tumu 75%. Enti so obi de komani bre. Obi de yaudie. Naso wotisi no akwato to be the man president Akufo-Addo. Yes, ya remanding 2 weeks. Ya remanding the pan 2 weeks. Because enipa no ekomo de no yes aboa bia ka ni bre so. Ene usu uto like 50 cedis ya. Producer gina so akwato 30 cedis. Wato an 7 PM 1 AM ne dumye. Ade a chi a wode ani bre be di president na tem. So we are useless. Yes. Because one render on mine basa. And this will be the any brain will be sour. No one catch and say, what did you attempt? Before Obabeji or mine, now a mine is in a hay. And then he now would do a minor quackura. And he now would do a minor quack say. Eugene, man, bow me a video no. Mammy doctor about me every. Oh. Crisis aye womu a ye sunu a ye ni abre no ye nya vice president onu ni emu nyina ne so obedi president yes scanny Ghana ho enti on say sika 820 billion Ghana cedis na aba president Akufo-Addo aban mu no on say omawia sika na wo mo ho because president Akufo-Addo entimi si ye friend say hospital baako cars ninie yes ye 100 pickups any ya brand no special prosecutor wey say na wasa wo do wani kwa hu special prosecutor wey enye Juliana sika 5 cities 10 cities ya all to go we no we Dr. Baumia na wasa wo fra na wo kwahye no abusuafo enti sa wo ye MPP ni na sa wo de wo si wiase ani bie na aba no enipa ni tie no wo de wani nteye because obi from 100 cities obi from 50 cities ya ne ka kire wo se wuni munyansa hwe Dr. Baumia no a wono na ye vice president or head economic management team no crisis na wo man ni wo mu no ehia no enti ne cars no ya it is possible. Which one is possible? Which one? Mumbisa Dr. Baumia say e dia na ye possible say o betimi awia election 2024 mu amna ba be di president. Media metia sia no enti 100 pickups na ya brand no sa cars no yesi hu sika kura yesi pipa no way $6 million 100 pickups nko Dr. Baumia ede ba be ye ne campaign flag bearer no ho campaign no 100 pickups special prosecutor sa baba wano a Juliana no a wato nsa wo de frɛ no Kenan Wasan me supported say nkurase niam na okoye ye constituency wo no de ye nkurase sem wanya mature ro ye young lady bi party ni kura no ntwe nanim but special prosecutor nya wadwuma no say we invite no adana shatawale ekọ kromo a ono so ebie ka ono so shatawale no wotu sikagu no adana wo special prosecutor wo ekom de a wonwu adana wo invite shatawale ai adana nkofo wadi ase no a omu yi bondo no omu tugo adana special prosecutor won frɛ wom adana ndia won frɛ special prosecutor Fred Dr. Baumia na bisa say $6 million ni sika no onya di free because they are thieves omo ya akromfo omo na am omo na bo omo na amaga na asai vice president no ehia no okay enti Shatawale video ni nie Shatawale ne etu sika gu enkofo so sika no wosoro wo ye musician enti Shatawale de onu so nya sika no wo hefa wo tugu Shatawale na eyem si edikanfo no omu jimi wo ho na chidifo no nso esua ade na special prosecutor when invite Shatawale say we hwe on a market hwe mu sika Shatawale tugu eno the special prosecutor me amadam for kisi ajaben eno the one invite Shatawale because one dey a musician but obi your politician one no dey wanya ne ho eni wo jimi ne ho no 25 cedis 10 cedis igu eno dey wutimi invite no Dr. Baumia ne wasa wo question no special prosecutor corruption na hyase nie corruption no ama wo man na say ama Ghana tete apansam no aha say na start free enkrofo I don't think say Dr. Baumia ko an account mu ene koyi $6 million yeah wo the best cedis mu a 72 million Ghana cedis no I don't think say Dr. Baumia woni ni Samira Baumia ene na akonta Wama can't win no mukoyi sika $6 million and the quarter sa cast way. Some more asambo cast. I don't know India one asambo be one fan kwa campaign. O mine bill now, or mine suffer ni penny a bill na. Ya can say man destroy or mine. Ghana sika no ria. Ya can Ghana sika mo ria. Ghana sika mo ria. Mo ya kromfo ni ya kan. Mo ya kromfo ni ya kan. Ya kan ni na kwanu mo ye ne mo. Ye ni abere no aye kan ye ni abere ye kan President Akufo-Addo woni ni ministers woni ni vice president wo mo ya akromfo ebi nie ye kope just $600 million ebeba aha enti wo se ye ka se na Akufo-Addo ankasa kwa ni kenoforiata na Akufo-Addo oni kenoforiata ni Dr. Baumia $3 billion no aye pe no o mo betimi anya de ama wo man no special prosecutor say wo se wo ye bema pa wo ye adwuma ya wo chase nkrofo de a chase Dr. Baumia vice president ya ono ne adwuma sade ada no so no wo de ato ho no mu a na wo Dr. Baumia ada na me ka say and then wanya kukoduro bi de enam wo ye campaign say Ghana ha no say bi nipa ye agimifo because wanya nipa bi 1 pp mu di nachi enipa ye moa crisis aye wo mu no awo Dr. Baumia wo to opposition dwa wanum kansem hunu wona wo yere wo mechichi ya nyina afie enko remand because ya ni bedi abedi de te Ghana ha say no any kombi adi ya de te Ghana ha say no mo ye be he ya so de baby e free be tracy bu ache busuafo Ashanti region ya no ya pa mo ya ye be twa mama mahu say yes tracy bu ache busuafo no ye so ahu when ye sika akwa import cars brand new tia rubber or the beji ni tiri so sa we na boss you da se me ka won pe no me fa ba go nka ho enti special prosecutor invite no we no invite Shatawale so on so kotu sika gu abonten na sa Juliana no de jano ya ka we ni ya kire wa me dem ya MPP ni me just say mi kura mu force and for kwa na du ba bi kwa na just say ase wo enyansa kura ni pa bi ni bi eti mu mama ni nti kakra the 20 NDC for year John Dramani Mahama ni NDC mi kura mu fo mu nsua bi mu mama ni bie kakra ni tia kakra de to aba mu mama ni bie also what president here die no Ashanti region munchira hospital ba ku pa na Akufo-Addo 7 years ni wasidi yesi ho munchira interchange ba ku pe ya 7 years ni MPP stronghold president Akufo-Addo and Dr. Baumia wasi otumfo na Samira Baumia and Dr. Baumia edu omu ti atoto wa beti so se de mi hu se video na mi buo funu awo mi bu video se na mi buo fu no mama lodi kura no amu ye project infrastructure see market center the whole West Africa market center kesie esi Ashanti region kwa mama lodi afanity ara meto otumfo abeti former president John Dramani Mahama esi airport ye ne na anu ya wokọ Birmingham was hehe wokọ London wotu ye airplane tu free flight e tu free Kumasi airport when you to wona wa UK enka ne kan na nka people what ka mu sa no aba bedru nkran na bedru nkran watwa so mama rodi kwa fa ne ti anto abati so na san krofo we maba be destroy wo man we mo o president dey say oswa kente enye Dr. Bamia kwa kanu se meme nyina kwa ibubodu kudi bo o mabotiri Dr. Bamia se kuro be so no okoyo president e wo opedit ni abubodu kuni e de abona botiri special prosecutor we na was offering we and I was offering to ya Ghana ni a bo ho se efri ju e kono sika na o mu wi aya na o mo de ba be ya campaign no sika na o ma wi anu at all cost e was Dr. Bamia di president no e fa woni for analysis one report say one the buy say Alan lady no Dr. Bamia be tue sika MPP for President Ekufa because omunum say one ma diabro ye tena ne ya brobro ne ma bi so a sa ne ma na ya brobro so no e ya no anu o ne asi ada punchadi be wo na be hunu ne tenten ada NPP President Ekufa do be ko opposition no e na Ghana fo be hu abro pa wudie kro no ankofo we mu abo ya brobro so say dia hu hwio we $100 million ayi 100 cars ya yes $6 million si ya kasi ka we ya yira ya ka frontier so mo release frontiers but omo ko opposition frontiers report nyina ya sabeka ya Bruce say ya ije fa video no to so ma say ya Bruce say dia o tv ya kan say dia o tv na
nursing trainees are suffering, patients are suffering, students are suffering. Patients are suffering, students are suffering. Traders are suffering, pensioners are suffering, artisans are suffering, and Kayaye are suffering. The disabled are suffering, and men are teachers are suffering. Teacher trainees are suffering. Nurses are suffering, and nursing trainees are suffering. Patients are suffering, students are suffering. Patients are suffering, students are suffering. Traders are suffering, pensioners are suffering, artisans are suffering, and Kayaye are suffering. The disabled are suffering, and men are suffering. Teachers are suffering. Teacher trainees are suffering. Nurses are suffering, and nursing trainees are suffering. Patients are suffering, students are suffering. Patients are suffering, students are suffering. Traders are suffering, pensioners are suffering, artisans are suffering, and Kayaye are suffering. The are suffering. Traders are suffering, pensioners are suffering, artisans are suffering, and Kayaye are suffering. The
eti so oto opposition who oto ayampia teachers are suffering, nurses are suffering, and Kayayes are suffering, artisans are suffering, and they said here where the suffering no cry ye where the for quite better describe just a situation Ghana for your woman for ubetimi afre 0302208090 0302208090 so 0302208090 nurses are suffering. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yo, ya tu kampacho ma wa fidie ni nko for me ma me feedback pa.
Nanama.
Yes sir.
Eh. Me say original tantana ni o. Number 4 nyina captain. Nana ma sali tu papa. Eh. Se Nyankopon eti afia. Ana tia me wo ba. Nyankopon be hira wo papa. Eduma na wo bo ni sa no. Ye bro nana. Ye bre papa. MPP for ye we papa omo ya kromfo ni nyina mu tunana de wo kan nyina no last minute omo sa brege wo mo di ge bre o man Ghana just omo ayo ma de se Ghana ne de omo nyini ye popa akofo opon ahotre bebrebe we mo sa so ato electricity be mu mo sa so akoto gas mu mo sa so akoto nsuo mu biom ade na kufuato musimu ye tesa nyame beti o mo ka papa
amen me da say hello good afternoon yo yete won kai an kominu aba
yo adama se ejuma moye
se da say
e de ka tre ba mi se o pa on kra lu play e me bi Ghana ye ntoma no president no ni da o nya na wedi ti de ka tre na no
mi aba ni e fra o say
ye fra me ya so ma ka te fitama
yo ya da say auntie ya me for me next caller hello good afternoon
how are you
I'm good. Yeah, okay.
Me ka se fitama is constituency
okay
Ashai office.
Okay.
Maybe say Kosiajabi. Argentina on your investigation about 100 cars Baumia Koto. Now all investigation against my money 40 cities. What am I saying?
I don't know. I'm not to
me say, so what you say, Mamma Kabeme the bar. Coronavirus, your mama or chair, no smart or chair, Johnny, and investigation. From Akufado, nobody, Wapoto, brand new cars, 100, Wabound in a year, Baumia, Taker, Young Fire campaign man. Oh no, I could tell Gabby, continue investigation. Your mama no 40 cities now. One for country Boliga and from Kotakwadi and Kotu Abano. On an oil investigation. Yet you get say, I could find an PH on to me young investigation. Mammy, William, my wife.
Yo, me da say, me for me next caller na young nim. Miss Rauba na already set no. I'm a volume knock from. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Amma.
Papa.
Me tell you what you for.
Yo, ya Joso, young quay.
Pacho, me the rich am because of
you rich.
Pacho, I am a Viscana or more quadiaba no. Omo fa my issue. Omo baby ya, and then omo gidi no. Say COVID ska omo nya wo ko we. I am a COVID by I am a ska omo de man. Say bona mama jai tu wa. Akwa we didn't sabubu ma se skani na wan fa yeshu enti I am fuska na eba no omo fa ma yeshu eye wi anti na o ere omo hu gidigidi no omo fa ma yeshu na nado oye saka wan kasa nya na nado anka me hu president oye sakawa da na nado oye criminal ewi ni mu ewi ankasa na nado ne ba omia omo ye ewi ni mu ewi Omo mama so mbo Ghana o. Omo be Ghana no mako. Na nado obai so obo Ghana no wako. Na na ma mpacho am dia asem we tu anim. Mu nkofo ni ye follow up mame. Na nado bae no ewo gomu atenkwan. Otepo wo bae no bae se obesi 100 to 1 factory. Na na ma amanfo ko any omumba akwa we ya hwegu 5 years ni a on fa hwe ensi hono en and na woman nkofo ewuo say krono so no amanfo ko
na ya tua compensation ama wo mo
when tiashi
ate ya be to aso de afiri ho ya da se yenko yenu na me fa me next caller hello good afternoon yo yati wonka udini baby afrefini ento aso
minia ba minia ba ajan wana exercise ye mame ele film afudu konso ke obey MP do me
eni e ka che ye mame ele film say Saturday ye ba di lunch wo ho why
oh semu di ejuma pa especially wo the channel and parliament no
ai
ni po ama se brem
chire ne se adwuma ne dia afa kura ne ye be ye se be dia no ano afa ne ye be tie si mas scatter people for do me kwa benya constituency
yes omo be say yes member
yes
dia me enshira o papa ye monitor na me enshira o ikuri bie no ka ho bi na ye enye do me kwa do nyanko a ye ma me edie nim she aban sakoku ya aka infrastructure also na ye be kuku mponi o na ye be soa sabi o be president pona my sister is an alleged say 160 cars pickups $56 million afi so sabi motors bicycles nyama ejiri nti we should get ready when to pay. So if I can ask maybe so Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Vice President, how are you going to differentiate the public pets and the private pets? I maybe a constitution, earlier the better. You should rather resign who says any vice because who be caught now in Sikan, IMF, earlier the better. It's about a chobwe. No call oh yeah, not one far, no samra. Because both fair or mine or mine as Diego, Bibia Diego, Ubado, Nikisi, Prikisi, MP, Iraba 4 years, here, Ubianca, and Chayabanya happy move. It's your moody, Ombeko, and I say.
Miss me does say hello, me for Tosso. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You.
Nanaoni. Also through Yankupon Champ.
Amen.
Na the echoes were and then make it na also Yankupon boss over. Say a yellow crowd or no casa, the minimum bushing is here. Say on 5 inches, yes, in come also. When I look at the picture, 2051, never the Yankupon kasi so boss for me. My system bois, which you correct. Yankupon etia. Not as I say, Yankupon the kaya. One she minimum bush. It is a no nina. Who say? I didn't really buy it. A brand will be the same Mohammed to Taka walk. Now we begin to talk about it. Every baby has Hamadi Katawa Kamu. Kata sort of people on the mouse. Nana Kano, I feel a cooking, no good, no cooking. Nothing you can manipulate me. I was a cousin of the who could drive so when you drive.
Any
it also will require Papa was a problem. You should call a papa to do a way many and cook a cramp. And you mean the Pampo and cook or catch on the bed. Where you need to read a papa. No, who you are not about so bad as you know. You will say, see or what no class of the term or by the term and so became had you done at writing the letter password. Now, meaning say, Yankapa Damati or what in panel, Kwame Mahama, yeah, or the Baba, I'm another to do a man, I'm a people, the young man got to be on transit. Now already. You
yes, we are that say a me from a last caller not me dia berry. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon.
Nana Ama Insula Papabi.
Oh.
Nana Insula.
Bema.
Well, near Bema, Nana Amwakuni.
Oh, Nana. Now, prompt to say,
I don't an empire. You. Also,
I said they're going to be a manager and a manager who can crank.
Yes, the woman is you or being able to manage you. He's a woman as you. Aye. No more passel.
That's it.
And then I will pass all you with my young shower. Now, I can't make an and Amma. Now we'll say, please say you for the better Kunyasu. While Bobie Sian soon do this dinner, I your man Ganama, even at door or see hospital of Hokraye. Nanama, a mamu a yen to us war. Nanado a betina Akunyasu, and the Okophobia, or see East Regional Hospital, a 600 bed, a bare 75%, not West Year. Menoka say, Ningo Pram, agenda 111. Memo video, Echo Vala, a George Eka agenda 111 a Ireko Eso Ningo Pram. Mpempenso aduno ehun se enche ombewie don de ohwa se yebewie na ne manfo obenya ababia akwase omho yale ono enfon se mpibi be campaign oh yeah papa abanye from ofu pesu junction mall interchange abano ayo ne ekwani bia obi aya memu nto so ne bia no tinanadu eko IMF menama am perfect abano eko IMF na ye dena abano eko IMF ene wiase we amanya enko IMF da ene omoko IMF adentia na covid defu ya ene wiase ahokyira abawiase na ma obia eko IMF no na mesrese eskana ebano make it that you abandon so the so I'm on my Ghana not that into them doing for us and you know I'm a payment so and now I'm not Ghana kwala and ya from only be from eco school free you focus on so
Yamfanisi na yanchoso abusia 40 live citizen show where Wednesdays edition na yade esum was star bia esu ebi midindi na nama eja komi ni executive producer Ernest Kwame Kwachi na Ernest Okonwia Eugene Bana na Kwabena Bobie Ansah enso ewo fiase enche bianso no mene mabedwafo ebesi nkonwa na yebetwa ye ho aba ye ba yebetwetwe nkonwa nya ne ntie se Asin North se the Supreme Court and then one ruling aba say Speaker of Parliament and declare seat no vacant natural senior elections entimi enkoso ewo honomo eti yedwa ye homra enome ba ye ba bedi hu enkomo ne ehunu menya ne ntie se NDC ye crunch meeting omatom pruma after ruling na a free Supreme Court by no wo mu ye meeting na mama mu free say court edi kan aka say Honorable Jechi Kwesin obetimi a stande enti e ba ye bedi nkomo ne abisa say so obetimi akobie mu anasese na esi etie yentwe ho na yemra
Mira, na de na ofure juma ba ya se waye bosanse e di asemwa
binihwe mafo kwa na ekwo wo mu animu bosia kra mi pedia me de abobra so a menya bi
NSR Eclipse Collateral Management for Abamaye waye prime brokerage service na no se de etie nie so we japade na wo ho nkrata wutumi de nkrata ne beja Eclipse Collateral Management na so bi so we japade ebia na ne nkrata no animu ano na ope bosia ye de wo nkrata ne yensi echi ba manipa no ejibosia etua ehon faso ma wo ankrata ne ye wo de ni di free
nese woni akura ntie
emane how cry esanse wono so wo ajapade a wo de ba yenti no eno na bank de beton gwabra won kwo de ne ho kra
na chesa me nkrata da dem no ebetumi amamanya sika wobra me japade no ehon nka
sapepepe obehu Eclipse Collateral Management ewa Denta Pantai Junction at Denta new site wa 0543832466 Eclipse Collateral Management, think safety and decent income.
Unim say onipa bia kan kro ene ne ba aya na ejine sisi so nanso ekoba se sisi ni ho kotechima ene na asempa ene dia bo ene ti ena make up for tabia herbal capsules e dia maw say yesisi ya dia pa ana age onipa bia na boso dia bobo dia ne num tabia herbal capsules na boy yi usisi mama mai na wonya sisi etimi abaduma pa say ya ayentim ena age yefunu ya boso ama wuntimi nya wo hwia bobo dia ne num tabia herbal capsules na etimi yi ne befi afini pedienim ama wo yefunu ada ho tabia herbal capsules eboso ewo pharmacy shops any herbal shops ewo wiase afana nyina ana afre ahomatrufo yi 0243686861 hi say wo ma akranufo wo your painful ana wondi infedu wo chia unnombi tabia herbal capsules wosunumbi.
Why Wura? Always Wura. Why does her quest to save her gold and business leave us hungry, unemployed, and broken? Why?
Don't miss the new drama series, Wura, where everything is fair game. Watch as Wura does whatever it takes to own it all. Only on Showmax. Sign up now at showmax.com.
CD capsules. CD capsules. CD capsules. My body say.
What body empress?
CD ointment. CD ointment. CD ointment. And also
what brand CD empress?
Mo say what immune booster pa. Say do ni pakwa no be we
adwuma said yes simple copper CD capsules enyaruwa mo ba rough ye nim so anante ana wa adwuma kakra bi no abra ye so week bia
enya me ha pa no
enya what CD capsules nkan wo ya so mde copper bia wo house watwa
ena CD ointment
eya dwo tatahwe ada obenya ho no ko CD herbal center ya wo ya CD ointment ni CD capsules no e wo la shibi Sharam Sport ya e Benny 19 Johnson na ko tie se general body pains nya ko todwe eye no ya na e ko na poso honam ya CD ointment enti few days shrim e ko ya wonum di CD capsules shrim e ko wonum CD capsules no na wo di CD ointment so e massage
na menya ni nyina bi wo he
pharmacies chemical and herbal shops dudwa for 050-5767-425 and 0209-682836 apemfo abate wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fiedum yenu nka ho FD ahwehwe sa edwodie nkra to mu agiatum sey
Nano Yesu ka say emre du se wona wo sode awrade no sori no ohunhum mu ne no kremu eno ntina Accra 100.5 FM yasan di Accra live worship abebiu shiame abrantie kwakusampa efri juada we ekopim fiade bia 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. sharp mini team of Springfield worshipers ebeshia na ya sode awrade wo hunhum mu ene no kremu ye ne nyankopon asofo nyankopon adifo ebeshia wo kasafidie so wo sode mu ye wia ya unkran bompae na yenuanom nkranfo make sure that the community yenya mumukra adwuade bia ye ne Reverend Abraham Lamke ebehia wo dwumedie no so na ya sode awrade e won nkran kasem efiade bia ye bebo ewra sunsumu ni akasunsumu nsem aya to the rescue hour Accra live worship. When our worship goes up, his glory comes down.
Abusuafo Accra 100.5 FM so Citizen Show na mo amunu ya ba prekope na nama ejaku enewie mesomo e wo kwan bia so na Supreme Court mini kanfa sedama ya bo afansa na maba Supreme Court wo mo ene ruling na aba no eso West Africa Farmer Healthcare wo mu dwumadie no eguso eba so mo hyase enra enenso omu eguso echina 18th May eno beba wi dwumadie no eba so Accra International Conference Center Grand Arena 100 companies ya a war pharmaceutical medical healthcare industry mu eno mu nyina ba be hia na obi bebre no animdifo ni bi every India, Turkey, France, Nigeria, Ghana and Europe ena wama ba wamo share ideas new technologies no ni bibia ba enura hodo ba wo kokora no so kora no wo betimi anya contract wo betimi anya a building links e wo sa adwumade no ase eti bomode afre project director Thomas James enura ho ye ma ye se ne so e ho abobe for 0277700745 0277700745 and that's 0257 036475 so top choco chocolate spread and so e wodwa so ya ye de fa bread dim e nutritional ed ankasa ed de papa eti ubomode ana se wunya bia e bebo papa na top choco 3-1 chocolate drink no e delicious saka krabi egu enso hyiemu a team pampa milk wom cocoa wom sugar wom eti atufo friends 02433 0243 033 so na ye kwa mama no so ene ruling bi aba e wo Supreme Court e fa Asin North ehun na ye ko na ye ne lawyer Abraham Amaleba no oye titre ni a wodan no ne kwatwetwe enkomo emfamfa ho way forward e ye de hefa lawyer Amaleba good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, that's a see a flower. What yen so ruling ya ene eba ye no chire mu efa Asin North ehun ye nim se matweman so ni bia chire ne etiefo mu kakra
MP no NG free parliament and one that's the essence of it. And now say tama na omobie nominations in 2019 now onye we Ghana ni wakanye Canada ni. Until at that time, no, Article 94(2) no, Makwan say Obia Oye Ghana ni, and I say Oye Ghana na Otawo foreign citizenship. I actually dual citizenship no. And look when say over to me Gina. And almost say Parliament almost and free. That's the essence of it.
Okay. And say ya no court no penny ruling no modikai akọ court ni bia no. Honorable James Jechikwesin, yes, I'm see and declare the seat in vacant. Any din every parliament, one book, one MP BMO. Say, Ekoba say, Abia, ye Kobiamua, obey me a stand, obey me a gem my NDC, and I say, I feel a party no, a Baba Junis and many now.
It's October 2019 now. Course, and I can't say that's our time no. Now, Canadian citizenship no. By November 2019, that same year, or 3 October or November, so the next month, no, the citizenship, the renunciation certificate nearby. From November 2019, now on yet Canada media. Even before your call election, 7th December 2020, now on your Canada media. Yes, swear in, now on your Canada media. Until this matter came. In the end, the idea changed now almost say, you by election over to media.
Okay. And the more quite said, Speaker be declare. Natural said, yes, said, Kumawu, member of parliament, free mua. By elections, Basso Hormone, one month was said by elections, Basso and Sana election 2024.
Yeah, young lawyer. Now, the lawyers, I can't say, among call for review.
Okay.
I know the now by election member. But the almost can't say, the call for review. Yeah. We have not gotten to the end of the matter yet.
And he said, court ruling no crown and lawyers cast call for review crana. Speaker ain't mean declare seat in say vacant.
They will just until the review. The review every year on then they can take a decision.
Lawyer meaning say court on some day a process ya femua but some after 2020 elections as in North constituency in a member of parliament said your court akonia back and forth more call your challenge ruling from high court aba and then the supreme court final judgment abeya enya papa said your court wa unchire mu awodi abeyi akle say sa ni dual citizenship no de we free mu enti obetimi a contest no enya papa emma party no esenka ebia yebetwa so nanka yakoye nim ni accept say speaker and declare seat ni vacant na ebia by elections intimi mra so.
I don't know how I am not but for customer say what goes round comes round. Another time ebeye MP4 na say an court review now most ye dey almost fast coin way so now mo dey omukọ review na Supreme Court no ebumba omo a na ye bekasa o bekasa na say mo dey man ko e call. I've answered your question.
Okay. Any me da si ni nyina ewie nti yeso ye atwa na ase no na legal team ni ono ni legal team no e bekasa omo ko review ana ye hu de e be pie mu e de abeda ase awie yi. Abusuafo nti lawyer Abraham Amaleba NDC legal team no ono na eye head ene na hwehwe pointi case na ache se enwie ye ne sasa de wo kan de say so be ko review because one ko review na se kire bi so ebi san so si na obi ko review na okoko wini a untimi mebi sasa na ye de ebu digu ye so nti legally no options bi e wo mu bi e wo so mu famu bi na ache se o mu be wura mu asi na se do mo hwe mo nsan ka de ache se Parliament declare seat no vacant na electoral commission so the by elections no ahihye so awie yabani abedi nkomo Benjamin Insia energy expert energy say someone honto and so broadcast journalist Original TV and FM. Listo wa Nana Poku Enso Kisi Enso adjoining ye executive director, former member of NPP communication. I was
yeah, no. I don't know who you should say this when I say.
Yeah, I did a list of way there. Me, I'm in Tiasi. Who can't go for some one? No, I jail. Who can't I ask some one? No, I jail. So, MPP so 1/2 will.
Let's list of one cast who are free people. Na say Nyankopon so amoni pa bia mi Nyankopon bo bia so me
political thing God no am so no
okay
the boys that no
yes and a record na nye
oh the record yes I go record
me call public service
that be the oye den
wait
o man na also
o man ntia meka
it doesn't matter
and I can decide to come here me pa member
no
Bobie a public servant there o man ntia continue
Open oh, I am Mumma and you may be near for say your papa bit is a for creative yasima. What I say, my boy, and Mammy Facunia, so I venture His Excellency PLS Senior John Ajekumkufo. Senka Yenya Sesso, Besse, me and Saka, who are Baku de Yenya, Yenya Sesso Bako, John Mahama, and Kenya, me and Sa. Eka ho a nkoma we nkie ni hiada na ewu nti mamenchia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na memmo mumienu abaso ani adwumason ne ekode a omo ako agiga na esi ho ama ene sabi kokocheka bi adane osefo a wote asi yememu a o hwete yeme na achia emuye edesant as a bunyina nti empire ne ebesre amomo ene nkwa ne ahoden ne ebesre amomo se abibia sabi osefo no eguso ye ne nioma no yakopon mo ahoden ne nyansa do Muhammad titiriu na ontimi enfanye ade a obetimi de aye nkoden ama Ghana asei no obetimi aba abeje esi obi
me da say ben ma memra wo so ene no said the PULC announcement o ma ye ne na magana for ye mu ahihye wo mu ena enran so na ye nya ne nte ye say government ne say various driver unions no mo tete transport fares so 10%. Enti abusafo Benjamin Nsia energy expert enti ne ne started the free ho but say ye prepare de hia Ghana for electricity tariffs are yet to move 18.36%.
When you about me that say OTA the Public Utility Regulatory Commissioner institution bia anka abribiano wadwen be yo say be pepeyo institution we serve the public and also serve state entities in the energy sector. Ma ohe ni dwumadi a wadi in recent times na akoye se institution a opesika de ma ban se aban ho kire na sa institution ya be prapresika wa hiafo ho nyina na odi akoma ban die nti na me ka sei ohe in August ebra na fango boy kosro ebra na sideni depreciate enye Ghana ni fault menu aba enye fault enye menu ani store fault enye obi bia fault kenoforiata ene ni dwumadi a wani ni ye enema cedi no depreciate ye but cedi ni depreciate no PRC ba out e be ka kire say public entities are more energy sector no or more cost of production and operations na costro until they were losing the NTS in August may increase electricity tariff by about 27%. Now that 27% no crowd taking variations are na a be bro 27%, but average na 27 tina e binum tua almost 60%, e be tua almost 500%, but averagely no 27 because na e binum so ye negative ayenje omuska. For example, at that time na hairdresser for say yet your more tariff no so because na pese boost to production na ye more cost of low. Many abas so take August na ye to tariff mo in January sign to tariff mo
yɛto tariff mu ɛno so 20 something percent plus ɛna ɛto mu in January. Now in June
29.96%.
Fine.
Yeah.
Almost 30%.
Almost 30%.
ɛna ɛto mu in January. In June ɛna yɛsan ɛbɛto mu biom. Na obisa PRC a da bia mu communicate. Denti ameka say it has become like an institution or mobilizes ska or the tour edema ban. And I think that be an IMF na ye kono aban ehia sika bi. Nti no or use PRC any energy sector entities no via Rene ECG e de agisika na free ahia for because wohwe se June ye gisa tariff we tuma na ohia ni a ye friend lifeline o compare tariff a wotua in August e de bajuna no wotua 100% nka August 2022 or to ni electricity 20 Ghana cedis in June obeto 40 Ghana cedis. So to 50 Ghana cedis obeto 100 Ghana cedis. That's percentage increase.
Okay.
So take hairdresser ni also almost 63%, almost 64% compared to June August 2022. Inti the cost of Dumano Crano sign air cost. Here ni no no oil lifeline no use 0 to 30 kilowatt no or ko hiamo kese. And a hairdresser ni so ono so be adwuma atimi ahwe sa hia ni no so no ya increasing the cost of operation ono so ho be kire ni kese sa na aban we aye na utie die nti omo se omu tutu odwe ho a wonti ase because natural gas no enye ye nko na yeto ba bi omu to bi na me no kasa yi natural gas na PRS equal to $6 per million BTU no ne eye $3 ewa mono ni it's on the market ukwa ba bia trading platform bia no ko bisa say natural gas e the power electricity ne eye saying eye $3 but PRC aje tum say Nigeria for air to ama Ghana $6 adenti na Ghana e beti ase ato sa natural gas obi eto no 2 Nigeria for akra de omoto mo mukrom for $2.5 million BTU adenti na ye Ghana ye to no 6 which means obi akote na e na why poor negotiation ye mfa met toa ye fe ni say ohiani no so no ye mfa met no so no ntua. Now we take another reason. Last year, say natural gas broke kosra. Ome no be yadrin because fuel crab broke kosro. Fuel in November was 23 Ghana, diesel was 23 Ghana cedis 49 pesos. Inti say natural gas broke kosro na oto fe mu a me no be yadrin. But yes see afi we mu. All fuel products, petroleum products, fossil fuel products, ne bu eba fom. Inti say ne bu eba fom a adentina yen consumer electricity consumer yen benefit. Identity na yen benefit. Now the saddest part, PRC in November 2022 na dollar no 14 Ghana cedis 50 pesos 50 pesos ebinum even up to almost 15 Ghana cedis volatile kakra October November 15 Ghana cedis na me no kasa no dollar no nam 10 Ghana cedis in the first quarter of 2023 na dollar no 10 Ghana cedis identity na PRC anti fuel boso. Because at that time no na edwaman so natural gas boku fom dollar no so no eno so has depreciated, the cedi has appreciated or has appreciated against the dollar adentina PRC anti so otumu se si ame no kasa so edwaman so no natural gas boyfo ye dollar no compare dollar no to somewhere November 2022 dollar no a depreciate nanso PRC da so te wo increase ma yesi yentua. So there are inefficiencies, especially this government. Or more inefficiency in the energy sector. No, here ni ne was no. And I think one of the conditionalities of medical IMF they say, "Omombe squeeze Ghana nino through the energy sector, NG sika nyina free o." Because there's no justification. Okay, reporter, sa chaff na PRC de buy na justification bi ani ho.
Uni many PR no twetwe nkomo nche bia. Ena wo ma se cedi na depreciate afenso inflation ti said the natural gas aburubusu ntimi ye na amche say by inflation abafom compared to last year the omo de buy September PULC the omo de buy increment omo de buy and then February the omo de buy say no the omo de aba inflation abafom afenso kran rate 10 because ya Bank of Ghana 10.95
yes.
Eti yet the affair or see your backlog because September no increment a percentage increment and I was say bano PULC intimi afani nyina ama omo dwene consumer ho enti say ne sa backlog no eno mo fira so mo dey ba
sa backlog na o kana that time na seed no 14 and 15 ne cedi no 10 or Bank of Ghana website. So backlog now all can sa bring na fuel no on the international market natural gas no ne boarding ne buy full. So what backlog again? It's pure TV. Chrono and on peso musquizy here no. And I make catch say, you see, but me I don't blame PRC. And I mean blame any energy sector entity for inefficiency. I blame the Ghanaian. Because Ghanaian no sabi you akwe no timid. Sabi bote eba ye bemene yenjin tum eno nti na aban bia no eba no hu Ghana ni ne tebia se ne otie na ono no o the tariffs na to because onim say Ghana ni de wakasa 2 days 3 days on fa ho wayi nani. And that is bad because say Ghana for an sorry am ye bu amfu next quarter PRS besantum and they'll continue to give justification. For example, say ne sikaya ye kosrei say ne yetimiji tum say sikane omo de amaye. What it means is that in the short term the city no is likely to appreciate again. So in the next quarter, will PRC decrease first for tariffs for us, or may decrease tariffs ana? I think that you see, say ye de wo kosheba bi say ye adwuma. Na so ye Ghana nia. Da bia me say ye Ghana for no, omo hold public institutions no. Normally they are not Ghanaians so. You see, they are like the colonial masters. And minim say senior listo wakai France Fallon. He has something called fanonization or fanonism. Or say, a bra colonialist ni free honomo. Omo mbeji akonya ni free colonialist for no. Ombe yes omo na ye masters. And a masters ne sumomo. Inti ono koti oti PRC yo yetuano sika kese nice sika ni sika sun bebrebe Ishmelaka ni sika sun. Wanyaka adam yesifia ma no otim. Inti ono bi akra electricity ameka ekra no. PRS Energy Commission me fan saying Electricity Company of Ghana ECG ebetima ma no bonus ana coupons onu ritia na electricity bia na onu ntua adwuma oya ma because of say onu ntua nti no onu nka ho Ghana ni no ho nti o hye mra bia na ana o fa decision bia na why say colonial master on fa ho. And that is what is happening, and it is sad say near adwaman so fuel bo akofom na cedi no appreciate against the dollar na obi da so ti PRC say ono no enya backlog nti o tutu fame abra ECG ne distribution and technical losses nkwano is almost 36%. Adenti na won share so nyina dwuma yi say ECG also 100% 100 billion Ghana cedis a olusumu 36 billion because say sika na yira okwa ka mo see illegal connection adenti na edikotena as manager wadwuma ne so be ka illegal connection bring innovation. This won't mean for innovation in ma and can be illegal connection. Na o boka na kana o bon o transfer ko ohiani no so. Ohiani an kabia in August. Auto electricity 20 cedis no in June obeto 40 cedis. Abra hiani no kransa nya adwuma nye. Ye ko ya na ye bae. I think that Ghana for we say ma ebufu PRC say. Science institution no they are not serving our interest but rather they are serving the interest of other state institution. I think me make ma conclude point blank say aban hieska. And because of say aban here ska no kwan bi aban be fa so anya ska no eno na offer and a one road aban episode nya ska no and so be two tariffs mu and tariffs no and na ye tum no yesi junior betum and hwekura na third quarter wasan ka so betum bium fourth quarter no betum and there's no justification miniaba there's no justification.
But so Kaisa finance minister leading delegation call US I want mo na enkra free buy
and I make say me I know say some of these conditionalities when IMF kasa most of them no be catch say energy sector ni yentua na energy sector yentua ne uko Zimbabwe omo energy e fo sen ye de Matisse latest report say Ghana West Africa ye na topo but latest report na kura no it was as at September 2022 say a review tariffs in West Africa Ghana will be one of the highest countries that yetua highest tariffs. Wow, what should I increase say your hunchrian? Now, Ujin in every year, why? You be the abumai. Who collapse companies because tariffs here are increasing, companies will collapse. Who collapse amount for businesses, hairdressing business, who collapse? You know, man, and your master the pedicure and medical, who collapse your business? Who collapse your business? No, who are you going to govern? And you are doing this because of IMF. Say IMF, I shall say, man phone ko here yomu, until so abano obe mo ko here yomu. Nti o beli omo o squeeze omo o chimo mu nyina mana firim. I think that the time has come say Ghana for ani bebre say Ghana for yani amre sa aban any institutions are doing some ya brofuna minia ye ho bechiri ye kese we just the beginning na mafri ai ECG ni PRC ni omo tariffs no wonim say MPA so ono so je taxes foforo ono so energy sector ni ye twenwa free mu petroleum sector nso a ye twenwa free mu petrol ya mu kra no ye san je ho to say di kotua energy sector ka ya isaaka no ye say ye free bi esla ya jiska ya san ko create esla PLC public limited company or private limited company aska no ye dia komo obi ena nkrofo ye mismanage ska no ye wie no MPA miniaba last year January ye wo tax bi anasem fa se margin dodo na be friend margin be tax ye friend UPPF Unified Petroleum Price Fund last year January na 29 pesos per liter build up no so wonim tax tariff di jumaedi tax ni jumaedi ye say petrol no enti say Guinness enti say pure water enti say any of the water ye ton ibi eno ye sronko ntino because of say ye sronko no say ye kofa free depot ho na ye de ba filling station a wo consumer no wo na wo so tua hoka obi edi ni Guinness ko restaurant anase bia bar bia enya me na metua hoka bia na nipa na oton no de beka ho amamatua indirectly ba enya me na metua ba petrol de wo consumer no ye say the free depot ba outlet a wo na wotua filling station wo na wotua ena ye tia say okay ye betua 29 pesos in January last year ena fango boye den a ekosro nti ne boye den ekosro no ahyenkafo ka so mo pe ahyentua bo ntumu ye de mamo almost adding 15% or so wonim MP etna ho increase tankafo no omo ahyentua bo mu 24% from 29 to 36 in September abra ohyenkani biaji 50 no MPA ahyenkafo no mo MPA na omo ekate products no tanka cars no MPA tu omo ahyentua bomu by 24% from 29 to 36 Ghana for country because at that time na edwaman so wide because dodo na use diesel and this a diesel auto no sales Ghana cedi 85 pesos in January na say in September auto na around 15 Ghana cedis na say MPA increase here it is justified anambo minian list well now from September no to November specifically 20th November MPA sign increases UPPF to 47 pesos and also no Ghana for Ansah because in November diesel cost 23 Ghana cedis 49 pesos now everywhere bano ya hu say ye nuanom ahyenkafo commercial transport operators omati omahyentua bomu twice in December omoti so 18% ne ameno ka say omo so omoti so 10% ne mom MPA atna ho arbitrary a increase tankafo no omahyentua bomu from 47 the commercial passenger car no onu wanya Ghana hodo minuanom ya oberima wanya Ghana hodo GPRT anya Ghana hodo concern anya Ghana hodo committed anya Ghana hodo say na ye to fuel diesel na ye adwuma no ye to 23 Ghana cedis 49 pesos per liter November nti sabrin ye increase first na mom everywhere ba no do Ghana man nti ya tie first so by 15% so kaya omuti 15% free so everywhere ba no so diesel no bo san ba fom biom na me no ka say no omo san te so 10% MPA de asi da bi omo ndo Ghana man omo mpe Ghana asem omo ti ho tankafo no omo ni commercial transport operators the same adwuma no omo increase omo fare ama omo from 47 to 75 pesos per liter. That's about 63% increment. Ntimi nua ba, se wo hwe aban we a, ase ye ho kire ye no mo monti yo. Nti na make us mo dwin so mo ya brofo no. They are like the colonial masters. Ye ho kire ye na, Yesu no mutum. Nti se ne, no se me ko station bi ka che obi se, ma GPR2 enti ne fair no so. And they are justified. There's moral justification se ma monti so. 10% me catch some money so me catch consent some money so me catch obi bia some money so because MPA na ono e wo so hwe mafu ene boy fo no ono itu fe num ama tanka fo mo nyina mo so mo transport business tanka no ye transport business passenger car or transport business nti se tanka no enya 63% adenti na passenger car na ni kwa so to ne fam e wo so no so tum but ono antum kura mo san hye ne se onte so what is the moral justification There's no moral justification. Now up tie mu a the India MPA eye we nyina say wonim say abai kofa bi ba say gold for oil. Gold for oil na abogana ka.
Gold for oil.
Oh, abogana ka bebre. Abogana ka bebre. One. Products na bust etobaye no. Comparatively, na products no boarding.
Yeah, ko tofu
yes.
Yeah, ne buo wa fom no.
Ne boarding. Nti ne boarding no. Bust the bedu chrome ha. Na BDC for no binya na bofo. Nti bust koto ne de no $1,000 per metric. Na BDC for no to no $900 per metric. Nti boss bedu chrome ha. You was so forced to turn it 900. Walusu 100.
Okay.
Ufa no so free wa. Sa gold no mo so mo tama free ha koton ni bibia no ni nyina so sign boy ka. And because of this skaway no, government has lost almost $1 billion. Abai who send your befa anya skaway. Yemfa ko fuel no so. Because nene edwama so fuel boy fo. Nti fuel no boy fo anka ne e wo say Ghana ni to fuel 11 Ghana cedis no. MPAC da bi on penima Ghana ni to fuel 11 Ghana cedis. O sign the tax aka ho. Nti to no 12 Ghana cedis.
Because of ono ade okoye ya.
Yes,
akoye ka no.
Akoye ka ma no.
O cha magana ni.
O cha magana ni am na tua. Insensitivity we everything. And sometimes they think we don't know. Yenim. But the entire to me can Ghana ni no timid. Always I see a Ghanaian and I think that former nyame facheno bibia okay no. The time has come. Yes. Very docile. The time has come for us to stand up because say Mustafa me at MPA during opposition say we are coming to rescue Ghana. Is this the rescue mission? To bedding Ghanaians? You call this rescue? By arbitrarily increasing margins? You call it rescue? No, Albarka, when you rescue. Where ye a hutre and on all the baby years so. Biana or rescue inside the aquashe aminum. And aminum ye come deep. Intimini about okay energy industry now. A ban we no I and I think it's because of the IMF because sa 75 for Modiakoi. So okay your consumption of 5 billion liters a year no bet money about 3 billion Ghana cedis. 3 billion Ghana cedis. What do you say so about at least it me topic ups here. Vice President Eddie Abayi. It me tobi. Intino yen increase na yen scan free petrol mu because petrol buy for ne obi ani age petrol no 12 Ghana cedis 30 pesos. That's I'm talking about the bigger OMCs. 12 Ghana cedis 30 pesos per liter. Nanka ne buanka se wo so tono bosumi wemu no eye 11 Ghana cedis 69 pesos. Sa ne amene okasai. Petrol bua ne bua ye dianka wato no kroma no eye 11 Ghana cedis 69 pesos. Nemum MPA ti wo ediskano tax nbi abeka ho. Because opeso sisiu echimu nsade ma aban. Nti energy industry ne die I think that aban we use a particular strategy to rob us. And Ghanaians must stand up against this pure robbery, afternoon robbery way or say Ghana for sorry etia. Ne ansorantia the ede ni no ahwekra na west esen di omode ama yenei. Me das me aba.
Onto
abapa we
na we na say obi yeso 40 years. Sa nwuchire no okodi president atana yakwa remanding in 2 weeks.
Abapa de link ma menchia na menchia etie konya.
Saturday e be ko yi o do me kwa benye.
Saturday tambe.
Minimum kwan to de yenko.
Okay. Osmo exams Sunday.
Mini producer ye ni kwan ti be ko ti. Yenka time ne nchiro. Yenko.
Na menchia efo nyina na yera lamti. Tio ma kan say na fa kono nyama ho.
Asai.
Aha.
Ba mi ntua.
Ready tin pa. Wona no fa de say ho na koye ma ma kan say ye. Ense say untimi ntukura no me fa nyama. Nti wo fa we de na na ma se ne kan na say nti say we ma amanford ayama sa. Oba na opinion okasa wakasa pa wa kan sembebre. Toto no 99.999% me ne ya adwen baby ba ko pe na me na anya adwen say PRC for omo nwe Ghana for we don't know PRC the enemy aban Baumia Akufuado Kenofriata aban so man ka say PRC for ntum Omampene da John Domani Mahama penso na ye free bibi automatic adjustment formula a PRC bosome miensa bia no matenase no mahwe eniama hodo a mugina so di produce nsuo ne electricity se ne bo no kosra no matum saba foma no mate so. That is how PRC manage a year utility tariffs under the previous government. Akufo-Addo abamba no anom ka chon so mo monye because omo dey campaign say Mahama aban insensitive ti no omo dey sa automatic adjustment formula na dey aba. And omo ba here for the first almost 4 years of Akufo-Addo PRC will be until omo nka because it was a campaign message. Nene yinaboa eje hia to etinye PRC penise de opam woni mre ya woji wa homia enye ye na de ekosu nyina no bapa very simple. IMF conditionalities ebi na yehu no ofa yesi afi mu nko ano bosome bosumi yewom yenum bosumi nu ntem no aban to enyina monkane abo mu nko 48.3%. First quarter omutumu 29.96% which is 30%. And ayasa tumu 18.36%. And toki kaboma 48.32%. Bosumi numu penu no. Enti achira wo say per this a year increment ratio na ekono. By the time I bedu December no na ya to electricity mu by 100%. Because bosumi mu ne away. Thing na IMF conditionalities. Na IMF conditionalities ni nyom na set them out. One I was set them out. Mahama approach IMF 2014-2015. The conditionalities was set them out. Odika consensus. Any homegrown policies on Mukotra. Also, Mahama so okay. Banking sector, I move face financial challenge. I will support them. Pharmaceutical companies, almost face financial difficulties. I will support them. Through this, Mahama supported banks, banks survive, creating more jobs. Saving, protecting Krofosika. Pharmaceutical companies, Mahama supported Omono. Omo expand production. Koto Binkwa. Omo Sakra establish another entrance pharmaceuticals. All the pharmaceutical companies in Ghana survive, increase omo employment and omo creating. Mahama so okay, my revive factories, be to sell Commander Sugar Factory. Now my revive Kumasi Shoe Factory. Creative jobs no na eboa amanyama hodo ye yo se credit from no ne bad say soldier form paboa police form paboa security form paboa no ye de nyina contract ba mo atumi aye se de be ya say sika no ebe remeni e wa hase ya Mahama kofa jute factory di buy say eno boto ya akoko board 4D ye craft from no ne nyina nka emfanya adwuma e wa hase Mahama so okay public sector employment de nipa du na wasa me form afi mefansia esa se sika eni ho eti mefa nkrofo adwuma de me de mete so kakra Mahama sa de ba so okay sika eni ho ntino ma expenditure sika nka matwa to se nka me ba bedie e wa ba mu de adwuma no metete so se de be ya me ho behin ha me kakra Mahama hwe hu so okay ye bre wo mo odin or establish stabilization fund establish a sinking fund establish infrastructure fund ni nyina so okay ska mu odin de na so yekeka mo wrem kakra e benya no yemfa nto ne yemwa ne yemfa nya adwuma e magana fo ofa sa petroleum levy e kan ya sa bre na aban ma subsidy na aban subsidize sa product aban so okay subsidy na wo honom no mayi de afi honom de Mahama aban no ti Mahama aban yekọ IMF yanyu obi adi now edu opana so obenfo Dr. Muhammad Bomia enna na Dr. Akufo-Addo moko IMF yebusam say okay moka ne nie babia moka akodie na moye de aba so okay number 1 o man say edu moka wa manone yentua Eurobond ye de moka pa anya de se betua o mo maka nyina yentua moka o mo pa o mo nkonko hyepo number 2 mi amati asifie Ghana fo fie so o ma me o ma bom besia enya de se metua emrewafo ne kwakrafo mo ko pension sebi de o mo gi sika bia to enuro anum no mawu kura no enya de se betua e de amomo number 4 me ma obi adwuma afi 2023 nyina me mfo obi adwuma mu enti se mabru no mawie school o mo tifie on employee gallery association o mo pa o mo nkohwe o mfo o ma no nkopem dai moja ba o mo tafre wodi o so ntia se ron konko no mpo enya masem me mfo obi adwuma de to sunum taxes ne de me de dodo no abeba de ho dada no so ya de amatutum enti taxes ne de me de beba de to sunsia ensio ene nkane abo ese water is life ya ho kire ya kura na nim se nsuo de nya bi no mu a ya ho atoye ensuo no metum enyinam nkane abo no so metum bosome miensa bia eyade a metum de to so nson maso afo de omodoso IMF kura maka say me government the side of me government no eyade eso meant so da mesa de bi kura ba beka ho ampo de bi aba beka ho ye ka ka chen so expenditure no we expenditure so reduce your expenditure we see that bi on reduce expenditure anything no de gina sika kese ya matwade akọ eye aban kese mu a mi bedi na afi kura na so sina afi di etwa mu no na Ghana fo ntiase di ntia kenofuriata sa funeral home ne mo se friend say transition munim de ntia obete kenofuriata is one of the smartest people in this country but na the smartness ni adwenbone so ba onim say obegu banks no ba begu no enkrofo ye meshi omo enkrofo bi bekosoro mu bewu bi begu nam 1 enkrofo bewu enkrofo wa ye be ye na omo ye no so se me se nya omo so faso ana okote sa eye adwumakuo no ti na appointment to appoint to akwa to bi so mehwe ayiyo ani efunu so no o se oti ase so onim so obetutu nsuom Ghana fo ho kire omo dada musu na me ye ne mo entimi tu nsuom a metu taxes no enkrofo businesses begu ene interest rate wasro enti nkrofo akwaje bo se omo ntimi ntua ye beje omaja pade ama omo de adwendwen ama omo pressure akosuru no mawu ntomu wu a ma appoint obi a wo hwe se ba bi edu funu beto ni atutu ni ye se de be ya ebekwa akodu eye safunu home no mate that is the idea enti nsuo ntumu ne anyinam nkane ntumu na yatumu no enye PURC Mahama penso anadum so ho no kofo penso nadum so ho papa yankase kofo Ghana fo ankase kofo ni edum kane a ni amokofo din kofo de oye sabre nyina akra ne so ne de oparedi asofo ani edi omu gu bas mi se do mko convention Easter convention ene do mko akosombo dam ano mko twanso no hia ena hiribababa ye bompa ya mansu ato agu akosombo na akosoro anya ye the second option okofa generator Dr. Rekubro Betazan omukofa generator no bedo mu se ebola ohun se hina boje yin ato no so ke afi ye nkobui ano ko hye bui ase bui no de Ghana koko AF 150,000 metric tons ekosi awa o China say yenye na China former ebusia ni emfansi wanwie Professor Mills ne bewie ye eno kra bia maye den omo ka che say be maye 400 megawatt enso yesi de yenya 250 pe enye hwe esi sucha kra na yesi ase Professor Mills bae onu su be ye bi etuabo kan say aboaze thermal plant omba service ye ma so no na sogrifo so improve omo de na nkane ane say stabilize sabre electricity consumption na ekosoro because sa eye thermal plant nyina hia gas omampedi ku 4 peso e ni say ototo adoben edifiri nkra ha sa de ko Lagos alatamamu ye kwa akwaje gas na de aba Mahama peso electricity consumption demand akosoro na ECG for the official timetable akese ne de bae yedum kane a ne emo ECG fo din ne abo Mahama din yedum kane a ne ni ECG fo atem na Mahama ene edi na tem yedum kane a na demonstration a ne enye demonstration against ECG ne demonstration against Mahama MPP for kwa demonstration at Central Region kobo ofuna daka ede Mahama mfo ni town se kwa kusie Mahama no omanye demonstration fo ntia ECG fo omo yetia Mahama emre wa fora na omote eye Ashtown Crofrom NCPC sebi omo do Mahama mudwene eko naked demonstration oman ko against ECG omo ko against Mahama entiene se yeto nsiomu a ebuo na eto electricity buomu a enye PURC medical kadada eye campaign message na nado ni MPP campaign yes adenti na Mahama ama kwame e de BFN automatic eye adjustment formula a de to ensuo na nyinam kane abuomu entiene na da gokufuado abai na ni nyina eye IMF conditionalities ye ka kire say ne wukue Ghana $600 million first tranche of money no eba se si abo say oba pa check your phone na me ade abo 443 ye nya ni confirmation bia se sika no po ato ye futu me ne so do mo so afi kura na IMF board no kwa ko share na so bet me approve na so na ne nansa Monday ya ka che se ni scan ba beto ye futuo mu ene ye di aba and because of this $600 million and just $3 billion na ban so open no hwe ahochina aban de aba Ghana for so hwe ohawa aban ya create wo Ghana ye ka se ye ko IMF no oba pa 10 months ni ebusumi dum ni ewei Akufo-Addo ka che se wa chef finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta so engage IMF. That was last year 1st July and now edit 17th May 10 months ni. Now me sure say this will be the longest time wa Ghana as a country yesiki IMF bailout wa ateki. But about we catch it from beginning say this IMF bailout no exceptional is going to be quick. Yeah, in 10 already IMF cry is ready to help us. Oh, Ansah pe yes the IMF adwumafo aba omaba be shia oma agree terms and conditions very soon. You catch us oh nanado yes Ken Ofori-Atta nko osidabi or latest by end of 2020 ye be secure deal no na Ken Ofori-Atta de adwuma to ho yes yo edu ho ya ntehwe you catch us oh by February ye be conclude deal no na Ken Ofori-Atta de adwuma to ho no okọ yes yo February ya ho hwe so first quarter that's March ba be do ye ya ho hwe Ken Ofori-Atta da so to ene ye kan me ne ko na wie ye IMF deal ni enuru ba bia and there's no sign say Ken Ofori-Atta so ekọ ba bia enti Ghana for se ne ato nsuo mu a ne ato anyinam nkane abuo mu a men kobo PURC for no mo ya ban adwuma for de aba be chom so mo nya no mo ye sabanka se munyi mfamfiri won mama munyi PRS no muni Ghana ha ena covenant Akufo-Addo ka che so ma free water PRS no muni Ghana ha ena covenant Akufo-Addo ka so electricity water to some microphone na PRS ni Ghana ha PRS 40 original na isi jadwuma ko no muni Ghana ha enti ya ban policy ena ba dia banti mo bia anyi anim nkoka se PRS mo bi nkohia se bi PRS adwuma ni bi enkobo no so tron kotinta mu no so PRS for mo nka hwinche mu eya ban ena di aba as part of any conditionality sir what they aba say Ghana for $3 billion no a ye kwa kwaje ye prefri IMF no ekwa e be fa so edimo be fam nie emrafo be TS Mountain ayo ye kire emfa ye ho adwumafo ye mfa adwuma bia na mo ka say Ghana for a timid somehow I agree but sometimes I don't agree say Ghana for a timid ka Ghana for that kept quiet when John Dramani Mahama abamu also but Mahama abamu also no nye say Ghana for na TC Mountain ayo ye kire
enti ade na asesa.
That's the question. Say edia na si was a jamansi amatumpana. They also who say sa Ghana for no a Mahama person mutisi Mountain ya oye kire. Koko fa edwumako bi ti say eye let my vote count. Wan na edi o manimu. Omo fe ni bibi Asante.
David
Asante and alway Ghana Publishing Company. Ahon wo hye omo ka ho bi omo no mo print over excess 1 million ballot papers presidential ballot papers here the Ashanti region just 2020 election and na hono hye kokofa ko ba conference afag
occupy Ghana
okofa afag na jonkuma no oshemu bi and na where jonkuma we minister deputy minister okofa young patriot now kofa the same afaga hopes na do na no me members and where are they kofa occupy Ghana George Anda obey deputy minister Ken Ofori-Atta is a finance minister kofa Cassie Hayford ono na ye a consultant edema Ghana gas cylinder company Francis Esia magu no kofa sankrofo we nyina eno mo nyina didi na why na eduane hye na numu a
no ba honto sankrofo we mu nyina ye adwuma ema political party bi so does it mean say sankrofo na chi no wo mo maka entietiemu ni kasa radio so entietiemu ni kasa saa eti say David Asante wadidi ame ekwom ne no wokọ Ken Ofori-Atta ye finance minister eti NDC mu no ye ntimi nya saa pressure groups ahodo no leaders ni bi ye ntimi nya individual groups bi Arise Ghana for mo hoyere
Arise Ghana mo NDC for
no but no me can say ye NDC as a political party to nchenya eti esep your friends Mensa Thompson Arise Ghana no money ade ye kasa ne ntete mu nko a
Mahama ye president na nye demonstration kwa na nkrofo TC Mountain yo demonstration akese na nkrofo ye e wo sorry them pulpit so true or false. Reverend Marty, campaign ben ni demonstration ben wo ye more than the no gina the platform so na wo ye. Mensa Wotabel. Summons ben na wama. Ahemfo. Chebi hene. Wali demonstration against John Dramani Mahama. Sana kwanye. Enti wo so hu say ye won krofo bi wo Ghana. Omo de ani say aba bi ba say yo say nyo ye be make sure say be mara on popular. Boni be na Mahama ye wo Kumasi a ema ekọ ketia ma ekọ naked demonstration against Mahama. Mahama esi ketia otramode market di amama musu otu galam say omo naked demonstration against Mahama. The same ketia market na Mahama sidi ma omo with all the facilities insurance nyina wo ho no and the ketia market fashe because edwedifo na tua insurance sika aya nya insurance kra fa momo ensio kra na bi ni ho enam no ka say ketia market dum so enka ne adum what is say man no omo demonstration and the question is I didn't think that the same amaya na esi market amamo mutimi demonstration na esi market na amamo na akade wo say di go akwam na mo tomo na mo nsanka na mo akama no atum di entia. That is what you want to know. The men generalize no enka say Ghana for nya timid nemom it boils down to that tribalism sani pasimesi de won sem fata enti sani pasimesi we de ba e wo se ani pakuo we nyina wo ye donkoni wo ye akoa wo ye tani wo ye sremni enti wo se nyina ye sori na ye ye kire kase ni editia no etia na Mahama nya wa shante we
nipa we won sem fata sani pa we election 2016 onya 4.7 million votes nipa we won sem fata election 2020 wonya 6.2 million votes. It is nipa na woka no wokwa Ashanti region MPP stronghold Mahama baba ya de you almost show me your demonstration yenya oshubo pressure groups ahodo from MPP mu afag ne enmadwuma no mo ye occupy Ghana ne enmadwuma mo ye ne enim say opposition party ne na chase a wo mo ye. What about, because we've seen westerns ewo president Akufo-Addo ye jane sa ya ekosa opposition party NDC no edie na si wo mo kwan se wo mo de pressure groups no wo mo de wo ntimi ntibi wo mo de wo ntimi finance demonstration
enkane ane atum no ye NDC for kwa
but no but crisis no so na wo ho no mo under president Mahama no a na demonstration nye MPP for so kwa na FM wo
oba me say ensi obo na atum na MPP for NDC for na betia
but the one analysis I want myself occupy Ghana no money
meba.
No,
Ghana doesn't belong to NPP or NDC. We should get that. Se Ghana for besisa abatuo mu a enye NDC nko a. NDC membership and supporters cannot change government. Same as MPP. Omo membership entimi change government. Name MPP is a political party. NDC is a political party. Ejena pesa NDC for demonstration. Oba pene na woka. So omuntisi mountain no me demonstration. Civil society group.
NDC as opposition party no onboa na chidifo.
Because
MPP opposition no supporting Nkrofo. Omo na na hyase ma demonstration koso.
Maybe.
You don't expect Afag send Afag and lead demonstration. Occupy Ghana except mun lead demonstration.
You may be right somewhere, but you are wrong. Majority of you the Okano, you are wrong. Democracy. Your partisan politics. NDC is a political party. MPP is a political party. Ye ni maybe omo. Ye cast will be a political think tank. They are considered as neutrals. Omo interest no is not MPP. It's not NDC. Omo interest is to see say the general goods of ordinary Ghanaian. That's the political think tank group omo juma no. And it's all political think tank group. Not so no so na juma is being influenced by MPP or NDC. And you're corrupt. We're failing in role. I also play. Because in some politicians they will do their partisan politics. But you the think tank or civil society groups mo dia mo ye moral society enti mo dia mo ba sandi siri nam ha MPP ni nam ha enti mo dia mo be kana Ghana for so ampa okay wo fa MPP na ka the NDC ni atu NDC atu nsani ani na the MPP atu nsani ani now think that grow aka say per the records. These are the records that are on. You don't expect NPP or NDC as a opposition party so uncle corrupt the civil society groups. No. Then how can you fight corruption in this country? How can you fight corruption in this country? So the civil society groups now omuye demonstrations against John Dramani Mahama ban omu bia no we go. And the question is bu so mo side enti na ne omunya sa demonstration no. If you get convinced as a MPP for the next show much dia they are equally can say guilty same as MPP because they deceive Ghanaians to believe say omu neutrals and to omu be kano and Ghana for betie. They deceive Ghanaians the same way MPP for Gina platforms wa omu campaign ya sebi omadi tron sa pepepe. So you don't expect NDC should do the same thing because MPP did it and survived.
Any enya ne sa ne ntine mu.
Enya ne sa.
Na se ye gya na
make catch us say mame se nso to anya ba kufuo fie eneto. Ahokyere na ekoso Ghana no. Sebi NDC for nkrom to opposition no. Metima ka so mo kura adwo omo se na NPP for. Pressure dem people for so nya pressure ketwa. They change Ghana for a CIP 2024 election. It is not about Mahama. I've said it now. I will continue to repeat it. Say it's not about Mahama. It's not about John Siasedin Ketia. And it's not about Fifi Kwete or NDC. It's about Ghana for NDP change. John Dramani Mahama NDC can decide. Say, Omukramon contesting in 2024 election. Nobody can take them to court. Mahama betima ka say make election me nya interested biam nobody can take that person to court. Name change na ye pe no with NDC or without NDC Ghanaians you deserve that change. We need that change. But that change your party be any lead Ghana for apesa change. NDC for nkwa political party. Your party be na no election ekoto ye no presidential ballot list ni so presidential candidates on am no munya nwotwe. No munya nwotwe. Da bi now no buy a cotton 2020 no presidential a year ballot paper no so nipa no rest na contest here na Kwadonko ni ho so why you not asking say Kwadonko na won kasa and nipa no rest na tuma Kwadonko it's not about the number nipa no rest na tuma PNC it's not about number nipa no rest na tuma oppositioner you can say it's oppositioner CPP for man contest why you not asking about CPP PNC for man contest adentina umisa omo the independent candidate why you not asking them. Again, I was saying this year, demonstration. How can this for leading demonstration? Now, how many times in Po and a cell groups are come as some demonstrations are Yama come demonstrations? How many times demonstration ban NDC for and I say civil society group, including a list of Mudiano. I saw Moka police if one court to Quajan. So you must understand. It's not because I got a phone timid. Name young crophobia. Omudian say. Yes, it's a no one car. Ya never na natural baby yada. And intino, Obana ya the papo, we ya the bonio, ya dear, and found the obey dear my ye bay demonstration dear tiao, and Kamahaman Kosike tia market in Mamma phone code naked demonstration. Oh, my quanicatia market in Nase, Yadum Kania, electricity community into your shops, and they can't even pay. Yet this Mluafona cannot even speak to condemn or criticize their own government. Because me de me hu ni say because ana Benjamin kan yatena ha yaka e ba ni aka ni 3 days ni yatiem ni ayede bia ni akwa we ba ni yatiem 3 days ni aka ni akwa enti abana hu say ye timid abana be just a second abana ka say timid e je NDC for anya when NDC for the electoral commission for attend 2020 election they were killed. How many NDC for neku omo? How many moral society we have in this country? The Timikas are buying what Kumunkro for innocent Ghanaians. NDC has done more than enough. And the victory and the change that we want to know is not for NDC, it's not for John Mahama, it's not for Jose Ketia, but for Ghanaians. So a Ghana for you said there were more than 100. How many political parties in the electoral commission for some call IPAC or Moko Hon? Where are they? Nana Populisto and Twasso.
Anama.
Nepo.
I mean, chair a tifo, I mean, chair minion, no bigger for. See, I didn't say what dodgy dodges are.
for them say asɛm sikusie bom wapie ana me na ya me hu sound okay me hu wache ma feel papa ana mana the friend is saying me bo abaso so na adwuma so awo ye me ba manya course bebre se me ba me mo abaso
me da se
na course no na me pese me de o number mo mo ti o ma me kwan dia me de o number ba ma mpanifo no
obia o hia me number bia afama no
na
especially me man
sao okay yo Nanya hu ne sandia me chance
mama nya do what
even mama nya
you have no idea
me pesiri akola ko bia
you just pass a contract to forbid your peace
hey nana say okonfubone say ikromu a otimubi I think say I will take it from the last discussion na hontoye no me no I see the NDC and their strategy to be that of say NDC adwin ho who say Ghana for no bibia will fall in line as and when na yen yama yosem na yen ye no in fact anya sa na ye no and especially say ujai Akufo-Addo so onya ma yosem a eni omo be ye no wa kra wote hwa na ho hwehwe but akoye say NDC politics na ye asebo amemfinyum kakra be so ani mu atene ya na ode ye wuwi a afei wa ankasa no na wa obepem aka but sometimes no obi kan nye bibia na wo se wotena se na wo hwe se ebesie. There are things that you have to engineer or instigate. Meaning say election na no more ye presidential parliamentary elections no man no more attention na ko how omubenya ehyan a omubetinam edi akọ akensie. God being so good, I think so far after so muyi omampani John Dramani Mahama no any MP sahodo bebre no you can see say the NDC is getting ready for the battle ahead. And you know media medibeye futuo say let us not weep more than the bereaved, because me send this in the Ghana and that's all. Your mind where I will me, and I've not hidden it from anybody because I feel say ya ye komu as a minor and NDC for one eden e komu MPP for ka ho and until na be hwa Mampeni John Mahama in his acceptance speech he made it clear to all those who are disgruntled in the MPP, like myself, like the many others who are very disgruntled that will feel say, baby, Akufo-Addo disappointment na kodru no. MPP cannot be the reason why we have hope. And until otun safre omo no, otun safre obi bia oye Ghana ni a o feel say sebi aye bi pen wo wa ono na e wo say ode ne tambe boni dia no no. Ejidi say the call was clear to everybody. And until no me ya pull breaks. The hunter can say enye NDC for nko ano odika na emom no mentimi so na nya adwen kosi say enye NDC a me say me apalu me nkoto aba ma bodam ni me nye na me nkoto aba ma odike shukra went me anton me nkoto ma aba ma akua donko ebia insia na keko ya nke bia me try but no kra no You see, me who say petrol sem near the dodo. You know, me train me nasi. Oh, but NDC is ready. NDC is working, and it is only Obia Nigerian say NDC strategy, no, and to say MPP, the end of Ebema, and be all dream or be obedient Serbiano. NDC intimate any BBA to say MPP. NDC, Omon Conco Christian Council, say Christopher, Asofo, Monshadana Dagana for Namo, there be Omonye. NDC, Omon Conco Unemployed Graduates Association, Omonte. And the Unemployed Graduates Association, you know, I could follow by. So next time I could follow no catch or more Unemployed Graduates Association, BMA. And because there's more better no Masumo. And I remind you so mubium. What must say? Nabco crack a cra, President Kufo, aye bibia to Hodada. I friend the National Youth Employment. John Mahama no buy ya or mubeshe mukina. E de call, Mrashabi Jemma, e de mrate, ma. Ubia or ye worker under that your friend is models, no. And then our job security. Is that also? And then what Nabco? Oh, Dada and Kwala. As I had Omudin, Ajiji Ghost name Sika, Akomudi and Hua said. We are out there to pick up. But listen, and you know, maybe NDC.
They are working NDC one strategy. Yenny NDC as a political party in Tunchi. Okay. But Yenny now so Yenny to Muse. Esan say ye D because this year, last year September, you to electricity mu.
Yes.
Almost 30%.
Yes.
February, 1st February, no, year 27%. And then the new one abe, which is 18.36%. February buy ye who did the Kasai.
Yeah.
September, Sabra Kwanak near ma bow shini ye can't near it. But unim said ye Benjamin Ekano. Eba oh we abane.
The docile nature
near Casa 3 days. Enti abane who so. Omokasa 3 days ya umbetwasuntino. Yen fangu almost because it doesn't make sense. Say at the time I wouldn't say a nipa ewa ahochani and we ye muno. Still now so no just a additional burden. Esa to nipa so but we PULC say only say na omo the electricity there na aba. Omo say there's a few days away anymore. Omo the water there beba. Because yakasa 3 days ya e betwa so.
Okay.
But senke ye na sa bere na former president Mahama etiso na Akufuado na ekane aboa yesei na nso to kane 100 cedis ya which me the month but no bi 200 cedis ya e bia 4 days asa na qualify Arab Spring senke ye na nka Ghana for ye che ne say enough is enough enka e bia enka sa ye tum yemfa bibia ngu Ghana ni so yemfa bibia ngu
Ghana for ye che say enough is enough no anka say NDC for
eti na me say ye NDC no nto nche na ka ye Ghana for no
it's clear who say there a ma discussion no ebe point ye no ye the NDC na ebe mu no Bigidi say it
because someone representing electorate over 6 million
it started from initial discussion I know what you said the Ghanaian is docile in nature. Of course it's true. Hunto has another angle which I also agree with him say they were not docile when it was your friend is saying Mahama Breso meboa and untino no try but the reference point no and in the conclusion no a clash heads because it was not the Ghanaian just Ghanaian keke and not Domama Pensono or Kasao na MPP
yes
and NDC and so Akufuado Pensui omo na wasi ehu omo senka omo kasa but because akwa say omo strategy no is only for the Ghanaian to feel the pinch of the ecoso no maybe and also see a strategy because sabi say enye me na meba beka che say dinchire na wanu maku ana se see Akufuado ba ya wo hu so ye dada ani wo ye trofo wo ye saifo a wo say man no enye John Muhammad ba be gina ba bi actually wo say anase
I would disagree with Obi Obeka say maybe NDC for should be held responsible for
no.
go through
No.
Because NDC form for policy be my
no but is that so no that's not the discussion
when 11 me about just 1 minute. When E-levy was passed, Ghana for blaming NDC for.
Yes.
So many that's when the NDC. Meanwhile, government now to about man no. I don't the majority number.
But is it the case that the Ghanaian voted for Akufo-Addo? Ayani yabwane so yaman penny.
So omo to be akutunagu. So be antunu.
You see, don't ever underestimate, like President Nkrumah once said, say the anger of the Ghanaian no. And yes, ana enframa di who padia onyani bia debi. You see, the Ghanaian now have become stoic. Stoicism at taking place. And no matter what pain now we inflict on the Ghanaian no. We dear brim, ni chino no, we dear brim. And ne skin no, what the I say what the ashane who say or namon skin no.
Dear baby amra.
Yes, into nyoma bia baby but na the anger na bano. E hono na bawomiane ne nsam funa omudie no. E ho na obehu. E hono na sa ekwasiafo no mko gina platform so a or say break the 8. You see, anytime the Ghanaian hears the break the 8 mantra no, they get angered the more. Because it's like telling him, say, when kwasi asem we nyina wudie, wo semi, kudu wo semi akonfo. What they and your maden to me so ni nyina no. You still want to put me into that a year. Just a media oh boom ya brami soon. Okay. Ebedru ho. And so the silence of the Ghanaian no on some of these matters are. It doesn't mean that the Ghanaian or no tihono will feel the pinch of it all. And then opa enko bia kwa santimem ne koye survey there's a recent survey ne ko busa se wo mo to abakura ma Akufo-Addo no ene omutia bia ne omugina bia wa abrabom etesen enya fe no obegina radio so abedede o. The worst case scenario, the worst is
1.6 million.
We say the worst
in Ashanti region 2020 Omoman 1.6.
They say, Sammy, you see when you use these statistics and you make it look as if say everything happened fairly. What must I say? I don't know. No, sometimes you use that to mean that. Aside from that, Krano. Aside from that, you see, you are using statistics. It's been contested in court. The justice of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of the Supreme, the injustice of the Supreme Court, they could not even tell us how many votes Akufo-Addo got.
So it means there was some rigging. You suspect?
It's not about. It is emphatic.
It's clear. I don't think Yanko voter rigging. Yanko wapa east. Ni Yanko northern region. Yanko wa Ashanti.
Oh, the entire that be a mechanic same way. Ni say me enye uti ene se me konso. Me ma adwene na da metirimu no. Enye no na da utirimu. You would want to believe say Akufo-Addo got these votes in Ashanti region. Wo de mo take omo ho together with you no omo nsre. Because me who obi ono ati wa wonu no ne ho sere a me bu ne bodamini otuma say so wo de fa ne say wo de savos na wo ka se wo munya no Asante memu no. That is the true reflection of nipa omota Akufo-Addo achi wo Kumase na enne wo de fa ne say 2020 yo nya yeni enne fa Akufo-Addo na mu ko gina Kumase na hwe se ma emfa dronso ngu ne so a emfa kosuafunu emro na
last year mo ambo ni ntutu
etino me no na sometimes now the President Akufo na mu no kura onim nyansa che Akufo-Addo 100 times no President Akufo nyansani no na memuo na obu wieye no okọ na Akufo-Addo otimi beto aso onya how many votes was antimem etino President Akufo atwa senitia etino na sometimes obi wo a President Akufo no odi nyansa ne nimde na ye ni bibia suban ne nimde na odi ye ni bibia o say hwe wasitinem na to abapa enyesa we was oko Harvard and what ase wo wasitinem ya na eduru honum na say wo say NDC fo anka nti wo nkoto aba nti wo ka wono atum eduru petrol so NDC na emaska koto nti me de sa strategy no, even though I was still encouraged say the NDC should set up and have a very good your friend is saying campaign strategy a between dom ediaba omo enkoban mu. I won't be here to say NDC has not done adwuma ɛwɔ so wɔyɛ sɛbi wo de car betu kwan a wo make sure sɛ car no ne bibia ɛyɛ okay ansa na de si kwan so.
Listo, Arise Ghana.
Arise Ghana.
Arise Ghana.
Yes, Arise Ghana. We have a challenge, and the challenge we have no, ɛyɛ ɛnneɛma Akufo-Addo ne Ghana Police Service aya dampare oyɛ wudini or a terrorist. Mimi hu dampare so oyɛ Ghana Police or any police bia no oyɛ a terrorist adwuma no oyɛ. Ɛnu nti no yɛ adwene sɛ Ansah ne be demonstration bia mu no. In fact, yɛne United Nations mpanifo bebree yɛne ɛyɛ friend sɛ diplomats bebree edi nkɔmɔ a efi na kure no wo de enkyam bɛte yɛnka ekitahudi a yɛdidie behind the scene ne nneɛma no ɛyɛ kwadu a yɛde bo Akufo-Addo anu bi na abɛhwɛ ɛyɛ reporter free US baayɛ no na yɛdi wom sɛ aban no ayɛ ne ho kokokyerɛ kan sɛbi wɔyɛ kanka bi wo so kɔ demonstration a no ama dampare nom ya mo ye terrorist for no o ma besi wo kon so ye ne dampare nom na te ho a ye nyina ya ye nkrata se ye kwakwa demonstration ewi ase o mo kɔ court ko twan troto ye so se ye kura o man se da se o man kan se ye be kwakwa fa Jubilee House animu ho esu day 2 ye kɔ fa ho on kan no kure wei eye police sanhene e wo Ghana ha o wudi ni sa o ye police sanhene ko hwe ene anipa o mu kunkum o mo e wo headquarters Sanu yomani nyina no Arise Ghana yenim anya se yenim ni nyina so ye ne mpanifo mo ama no ne eto kese di omudi nkomo se ne be ya se ye ti se kom se ye se ye ko demonstration a eduru ho no mo a na wo so ye dan pare a wo be hia yen a sabi ebi kura pa na enye ye nkwa ne ye nam enti ye se be ma be fa ne yire a e se di trim e na oba so che dwaye a na wo siesie ne ho especially so ya abrewa de a na ni ahusiesie na so nya ntobo ase because afei e no de ye friend sen enku papa ne enuha ene enkuto betwitwi ne 19 obeye we no na chese ahoboa na oguso no enti no ma ne nya te se bi a Arise Ghana kra yakote ada da bi ye siesie ye ho ye tisi kromu a ye tisi kromu a
ase mada na
because hwe your first demonstration ye no wo hwe ya BBC, Al Jazeera, when international platforms ni na all the portals across the world obia Deutsche Welle bia ni one ma Arise Ghana ya hit ya sabi enye yi enunti no you have to also know say oyefo no da bia oni ye nete afeye se ekwa demonstration kura wo tro krata no wo pese o mo tag Arise Ghana say ye kra ye to travel na wo Akufo-Addo obi etutu ani chen o wudi ni sa wo begina ka kire ye Arise Ghana when na wa Arise Ghana mu o bad record when na kofa Serbia for your friends South Africa missionaries e dia baga na hada wo Akufo-Addo otimi san ye ho say dan pare nko twan tronto ye so wo dan pare wa kwa sisa posifo a omo ye wudifo e de o ma seda be sa Arise Ghana wo wi anu wa mo ma be provoke mo amu police system no ni nyina no ye nioma ya report a I think internationally obi ehu how Adam Pare wa conducting him over the years and guasie police na odie sabi Akufo-Addo we on nam we ya ono on pebre bia bo a mampani a yede ama no na tutrasem ye friend say mebo na we ya ye say munkote na momo no munkuno ne nyoma hunu na mo ye na mo susumudi na chi na mo so mo ya ye ka amama no ne biate ebedu baby no ye Ghana police ni ame ka kirawo dampare subanti ebi kura peacekeeping kura won kobi because of dampare the way a one Ghana police service aye terrorist group a obi nam ne baby ye friend say nkranza akora de na hon ma kokire no makuku no aposifo mienu mo say aposifo yi ye friend say ye ne omo kwa na shootout ba ye arm robber case arm robbery police ni akoba robbery
ne yakote na police ni akofa efiata ade abidi demonstration mu kosi sese niama said the beya ye beka se chief bani na lidi na ache no.
Yes,
this is what is going on.
Yes, etidi nyina ya ba amane enya se ye sedem ko ye adwuma papa na da beti si kroma no ohia da pare na obedwane akosha na yire mpase. Yes, because ebedru honum na bi kura pa na police service na omo friend police service no ebi na enyo omo na bebo ye ho ban ebi na international police na ebo ye ho ban na sa bre no eduru ho no Akufo-Addo baabi ope no won fa yenko eti enye se ye te ho ene bia ye nim de ye papa and sebi ekufo do krampo kra so nim computer mu na enye yen onu kra o born before computer no onu so nim computer mu na enye yen eti ye miamia computer funu ma ye nim ba bia ekoduru ene ye nim omo ye ne omo to kese ebi krampo wo ekufo do no wo ne nam hoyi ebi ana san akofo no krampo no wonim adwena wo omo wo fa wo ho eti ye de ye ntenaye Ghana fo enya ye mugidie se ye wo ho emomo ena ye hwubokuo enwu ekufo do nneema wo ye ema hyew kura ba ni patrimu mo na yati huku eti no enwu da ye nipa yom ko tutuo bo no ni nneema omde bo police ni a oto bo ogina amoka mu na wasesa bo agum na wasesa ni bebrebe kentema na wasesa na woto ni nyina videos no it was viral obi ahu eti no ye hye dem honom no ye ntena ho e madam pare nna ne ho terrorist emekuyen eti ye yadikan aboye ho kwadu dada ya bot dam pare kwadu ene ya sade ye ho akogija ti ada e betesi krom no mo de mbehu de Ghana bae eti and as well as others we don't go alone telling our story, we tell stories about others. Shede entro mu chato Oliver Vama woso ni nyina ye nneema omo ye ya just to collapse those groups are ebetimi amagana ni na hu se omo wakasamafo enti no we are working
me under John Dramani Mahama aboso kanfo demonstration ben on manye
why not
they contributed financially they support Akufo-Addo
200,000
almost said that to omo nyama buom.
Yes.
Even when Mahama government was ultimately stabilizing the dollar, no, they refused to reduce their face.
Yes.
Na se ne Akufo-Addo ba, na se nyama jinsemu a. Arise Ghana for na wose kasa momo.
Oh no,
NDC for na wose kasa momo.
Maybe I owe it a duty.
But enye compulsory.
Ba honto so obi ayi aboso kan fo kan say Arise Ghana make kasa momo.
And me person cho say the situation you woman no. The situation woman no. You don't expect to say okay, Arise Ghana for ordinary Ghanaians, the same yam no tell you can hobom say ye bekasa and they can bomb the demonstration. But you will recognize associations in this country. Tisabo so can papers dealers. Akufo-Addo ba momu reduce omonyama boso.
You go see say.
Kufuor pens the same thing. And enyama jinsemu a you don't expect a year Arise Ghana to speak for them. They can speak for themselves. Oko Kumasi, the same market women no call demonstration when Mahama was building the market, no. The same association that saw her, they can speak for themselves. Anyway. All these notable societies, sa software no Mahama time, no mujina puppet so, campaign, ubi say mensa wotabel. Oh no, cause obi a oni nim die bia of finance ho. But otime managing the bank. So it's not a big deal where the money is coming from, where the money is going. Anything on the bank, the same Mensa Waterberg can use the puppet. No, you can use the same puppet to tell Ghana for the changer or no propagate advocate diaba, and to let Ghana for enkasa opposition parties. I think they are doing their best, and nobody should hold minority or NDC responsible for amuchira iwomo because many Ghanaians are disappointed that the tikra NDC for ma kwan ema e-levy buy. Enye NDC for the levy buy all the taxes ni nyama ahodo aban dia ba enye NDC for na kokatira aban say banebegu financial sector enye NDC for na advice aban say be fragada mbe say yensuo ne Ansah in the name of fighting galam say enye NDC for na kacha aban say okwa IMF a domestic bond holders mentu omoka enye NDC for na ka say amano ne ka de mentua enye NDC for na kacha aban say conditionality how set the amount for IMF no memfa Ghana mabuna dwumam enye NDC for Akufo-Addo ni MPP abamba. It seems that sometimes Ghanaians want to find reason to blame NDC about even the hardship the mess I caused than even the Akufo-Addo. What about MPP MPs? 98 of them are catch on someone pek no frata their cause on. Where are they? Akufo-Addo catch on said by 2022 ending Kenofurata will be gone. Where is Kenofurata? Why are they not talking? Those MPP MPs no. Why are they not talking? I didn't think Ghana for Mr. MPP. Majority for se bill bi no me beko tax bi no me beko na se omo approve parliamentar Ghana 4% omo blame NDC for say NDC for stop the passage of that bill or that loan. Forgetting about MPP form so omo majority no omo na approve. Why are you not blaming them? and then NDC for na be kura no the Supreme Court aka say yenyi Boache Jachi question yenyi ni din film ne nomination ne election ne swearing in and then the yes sponge everything from the records. Penny said your palm one ya which you want me any and you don't blame NDC. NDC cry the strongest party. Say a Kwanya Kufuadwa are conspire with security agencies, the judicial system, and all the state institutions in this country. Sana nka John Dramani Mama NDC for the MPP for Manka there will not be any party called MPP. So NDC for criteria survive and how many MPP for under Rollins Mahama Atamels Yekuomo. How many of them? Is there any record of that? There's no records. But you can imagine. And the NDC is the strongest political party. We list of every demonstration moko. First time in the history of Ghana. Police in Inua. Also be demonstration the Kwabena manie. No me bo ho ban no. Wono no timi ko fa efiata ade hye. Na no demonstration no mo ya Joshua Kamba. National security operative. No akofa tuo de ahye ne ho ehye fiata ade didi omumu. Police for na kasa ko hye fiata ade na oma ba be fra mumu na oma ehwinte na ko hey no mu ya no madwane.
Wouldn't say a call meeting with the Ghana Police Service your friend is saying hierarchy. Na Mami Abiba num ne Habiba ne your friend is saying you know de edu baby a na ya but fine ono so be part of the system. Now police need me bien anoka say don't we think say there could be agent provocateurs? Why are you police? Just because you have formed your mind say you will be terrorists. And so we don't have Ghana Police Service that is rather supposed to do a job Bema Ghana for any security no. Or more the say they will terrorize the citizen. Police need me busa is our question and say, don't we think say obi betimi ababe frying aye ne ho dua broni ababe di bone. Meanwhile now it was their plan. All these we have laid it bare. Because sometimes people will think say adena asem efia asem na mokoka na manone. Debi Ghana enye island. Ya sorry ayene na manone with cap in hand begging. Ana obi an for so Ghana say enkonko she UN ase. Be say bedru baby no we Ghana police ni a. Fashion utrim dan pari busuani we nti no. Wo peacekeeping cry be yibudi afrim. Because momu ya terrorist. Mi hu obi a say obi hu police a. The intimidation na ewoni mu no. Eso because we tell ya say aya waso West Wogon. Nkofobia this guy so omo akofa police atare any police car. E dia ba be botuo bepem ne. What to commission? Commission is ye ho adwuma bepem ne. Onye
or the reporter about what citing Crawford.
Onye na me no akwala mi nam ni ba bi makotire so yam roba mo bonitu akunu ne ma me na ni sunu sinimu ate. Na me hu dampare a na me say dampare police or ye terrorist. Me hu dampare ni hu ye me hu kura terrorist now must see something say something no. I have seen dampare to be the terrorist, the leader of the terrorist group. And I've said it up to now. You hear ho she. Let me tell you. My men can check Ghana for me free sir you know. Where expect
dampare a leader Ghana Police Service.
I maybe they who is a terrorist.
No, who is what a terrorist say.
People cho then me debut almost say something something.
IGP
no kukum nipa Ghana Police Service say kukum nipa no. Boy no kukum no. Anya terrorist na kukum nipa. Open no. Me I am a person.
Boy police administration sometimes it happens.
It happens sometimes.
Money
happen to them
not only under that.
Money happen to them pare. Money happen to Akufo-Addo ma no. Omo crop omo we mu kura yenku omo. Akufo-Addo ma we num kura omo ne nam Ghana. Akufo-Addo ma we num kura omo ne nam Ghana. Wa kuku obi de say we say it happens. Read the meaning of terrorist and you will see the definition of terrorist as the police service.
Ghana Police Service ye hu omo Ghana no. Ye hu omo sa say terrorism adwuma no omo. Dampare enye leader on that terrorist group bia no Ghana ha say Ghana ha ye ni any terrorist group bia wa ha.
Yes, if you see something say something.
Ye ni bi wa Ghana ha.
So maybe he has seen something he say something.
Officially report ma omo say terrorist. Ba me na me tell me hu terrorist.
Me report to terrorist materials. What be that? See the definition of terrorist. Me pacho
it's not about the definition.
Listen, what do you
say? What
is the definition?
It's
about a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims.
Okay.
Who is that parent? Is he not a terrorist? Tell me why. A person who uses unlawful.
No.
You are speeding up.
You need terrorist association group. Ghana. And Ghana Police Service headed by Dampare, please.
The word terrorist never.
Terrorist who made me
buy
be Melly Burkina Faso Ghana have been
here. Training or say
a person who uses unlawful violence.
Nipa bi a won famra kwan so edi anim
and intimidation.
Otete nkrofo hye nkrofo so
and especially against civilians.
Titru eyetimamufo
in the pursuit of political aims.
Ne buta ne say ayamanyotumi na ope.
So abusia ye to aso ye kwa Dr. Bobie ansem ne so enti ye wie ho.
Ka aba besi so.
No me wie ho.
Mama no si em se be bia me fa no e ho tro ma wa me de ho nye tro ma me because me hu obi a me hu ameka. Wo koku obi ba, wo Dampare wo ba, ene ye ko fa no ne ye ko bo no tuo, se de mu kunkum nipa na. E ka be ye ode. Na me say obi free terrorist be from na neighbor. Me yam sese me ni bi nete na me yam sese me dia me ne te kura me so ya no pa me pia na me yam sese me na me nya ne hoda me kwadwen obi a onu fra ma no ne ba ho me say oye
bia ese mensa wo
me pacho
Ghana police
me pacho me nka ne sa
untimi
me obi koku Dampare ba me me ja bonti me kan tell say if you bia mensa wo me koku for do ma me akufo do ma we no me koku omo na be ka chem se fie bia mensa wo anya na tiase
Western region I say
okay say obi moja obi mu ebi de moja ni mamumu mame nto so pe aka no be say miensa ene da ben ene de tiase 17th eni ye bo a aka 24th ya wo kofie 24th May wo kofie
aka ne 17th
enti no our political judgments a won wie ye fe no wa shase a oye den o make sure say obe clear ni nyina from his table enu no Ghana for should expect more because every time any yebo a ebe ye your friend say CJ no me de je no minim de enti omde de ani because of a chief injustice. He has never shown anything justice as far as the rulings are concerned. The first time I chief justice yet Timmy a lawyer of a high repute and a good standing at the bar etimi accuse you a whole chief justice say wakoje bribe bapim ne ye hu asam ni pumasi bre ye jano man ne namho etiene wo ye Ghana ni a the reason why the economy is destroyed asai ama na obi antimi person bebo ye besia ne say investor confidence nyina yira ne say u chief justice no obi anim say o ye chief injustice ono oje adamudie ene odi asem etie bapim ne no investor bia obakro ma ade o hwe kane aye the justice system say in case me diska kakraka we kwose man ni mu na say bibi kwachewachewa nipa wo begirem akabia ma me no omote sen the record that they have as far as the investors omo from no ne beba Ghana ha ne say chief justice no ye de ko adu abone say oje adamudie $5 million bepim na ye hu ne pumasi bre enti all koi no or clear the desk ne so because ekufo do adwuma de man wan wie enti mani nya Ghana ni bia wanwa jati question hwan yo me say there is more to come. There is more to come. More political judgments. Na go for the credit so ye man penny ya atum. If you na nya na ebe. Se Ghana ni bi bufui e na me kura me bu afu e na makotutuo e na makoye we ya e ka nanimu nwase. Efie nan obi a odua brobia onim se emre sebi e de ya ebeba. Ebro ne bebo Ghana for ye dwuma ye pa ye kua wa aboa wo a ebro da ho wa fa we oboyan se aboa no wanyini meboa wa ponche me aponche nam de mempe opemado do nti mempe aponche nam but wo dwan wo a miensa enan wenche ubonsa wenyanam wo ba bewe meboa eti Ghana ni wo abotre ene mre de twan bibia Yedi yaje constitution na di, yaje democracy di. Yenim say enchenche wona afi. Ani yebo abesi yeso yi. No bi nim say obekọ retirement. Enti aka ne na sen te 17 free 24 mu na ehwe no de do aka. Aka na no na watwe mienu mpo.
Aka na watwe.
Na watwe.
Ese na 17 24 aka na watwe.
Enti na watwe. Na obekọ fie. Efi a wo koi. E wo se nneoma agu ni desk so nyina akufodo na ma ne beye obi na eya onkai hu se maame so for yakufu enche yi wo enne ya na de edu baby a obi e pani a na me di ne ho ya papa o ba be ye civilian te se mia me ne wa utumi na wudi na o se fe emre ye ni nkaso aka wo na san wo na wotwe aposifo omu edi bone na no na police pani baako a wo call retirement na wo frɛ akoya wo koi akoya friends say lawyer Kenyeboa o twabo no die nsuo nyina bɔ ne dua ayanta nyina meboa bɔne a wudie wo office na wo occupy ne bɔne a wudie esisi Ghana fo chinchim yɛsa fa yachi enne obi abrantie nimonyamfo kama sei yɛnkɔ expanding will read your history. You always go down in the history of this country as the first former chief justice. Yeah, this was born so wakoje bribe. First former chief justice otimi beye ruling. Ekache ye say your man penini Akufo-Addo. Wantimi amaye. First former chief justice otimi beye ruling ko for Black Law Dictionary. Wa brand here was statute. First a year your friend say chief justice injustice reigned in your tenure as the chief justice of this country. Chief injustice. Fare thee well. Wuni nyame enante. Uko fia ko civilian. Wa brabo eni wanim. Nemom penifo se kashen kodu yen kan kire peni. Me de men kan kire se kashen kodu. Nemom emesum ento dade metimi aka. Metimi ka kire se ukoi aka wona be se na wotwe. Wo de klanioma political nioma da ogu desk su nyina klani nyina. Aba kura kati e kura se efino kura so ya no pa mi ni.
Nyama miensa na a sine ewe ye yatemu mu.
Okay.
Ansah remi ya for the first time in the history of Ghana. And the Accra High Court say Kwesinya Ntachi yenyi Ansah ve na Kwesinya Ntachi hwenenim.
Can you imagine?
That's one thing. Now
one political
yes, and I'm afraid to say Ansah
or clear ni
nyina we are dedicated sa ni we fama Ansah mami last year na mjahoi last year na muhumi no sia papa na asem asa minimu di nkra o enuma me dedicated ma Ansah no Kwesinya Ntachi so Kwesinya Ntachi so hunaniwam enti court so hunaniwam ade ba ko say sie na Ghana ba ko say so obi akasa ti o mampani obi ade o mampani atemti court sie mfa no kotum
2 weeks
Atames John Kuma dinatem ene we deputy minister ono na nada Akufo-Addo na kasa kwa professor Mesa atem
common shoe
Aduma Kubafi former director of communication MPP etimi di Mahama atem di professor Mesa atem eno mu nyina kuta positions. Another thing that happened and of course and say emrashe bedwane onu gire mu emaja eye asinof court say yenyi ni di kura mfamfiri mu yempepa ni di kura mfamfiri mu na se be kwa akoto aba na se nkoto aba de ebe na betumi a kire nana nyankopo tiasia sebi yemu bi wo hon ma ye mfi asem yankrofo si sebi eni boniface je se eni boniface o nemo ye na mfi asem ente na bakosem no na me mini mpanyimfo bebre omo wo issues omo person mko Supreme Court na so mu se osi akwan bi wo ho na me hwese se osi akwan ni fi ho no mo a san krofo do mo nsem bebre ebeko na si ada apotro be wuo no ene be hu ne tenten akrama
we don't say
time na so
10 minutes.
Okay Rama your friend is saying I said back where Sahami papa has to do with Kwame Kwachi. I said back where your friend is saying and someone enkophobia can go ora John Mahama so na question a amanfo tai busa pa hwe omo tai John Mahama no question omo tai busa pa ne se oba mfie 9 no ode be yeden eya na me so be pese me busa omo se Baomia na se alanchematen a all pray so baba mampani no oba no ono o prefie nwotwe ana boya osaka ni mfie 9 tio aka ni mfie 90 oba obeye den why na all pray mampani a oba at once na no se mo ma me mfie nwotwe anya mfie 9 obi apre
ya mfie 9
oho John Mahama mfie 9 a obeye because President Kufuor no kura na me so envious about his record no enioma John Mahama ye ni mfie 9 no hwe emre bi me mo pani clothing na metimuntie ye adwuma ama John Mahama ena pani pa frame say oni mi won komo sabre no na Kwabena Japan mi nua Kwabena Japan da makoka asem bi say onimnya Ansah Kufuor awon means west na Kwabena say na den ya me kra me kasa sa na den na edu ba bi a manuti freeze na say Kwabena me ka no kra na akire wo say onimnya Ansah Kufuor 100%. na wu nipa onimnya Ansah nya wo na abeka wo mi na me gina akire no e na mehu se onimnya Ansah enti me kra de sabre no na wakoka ama me kra me no mu nyina aya aka by force say metime radio so na me commentary a mo obi anfrɛ me because sabre no na me bu afu say adan na mokra mo ma mo ho kwan ama akoa we a ono hwini ni tirinim a ode ba be ofa ma Ghana fo bibia hwinim enti adan na mo ma mo ho kwan na anyansafo ne animdifo bebrebe wo party mu mama akoa we SI party no sabre no me ka bibia Kwabena Japan ene ne me kontokwa epetu ne me yaka me nso me ne yaka ena pani ne frɛ me sɛ ensɛm na meti radio so ka ɛfa ye frɛ ne sɛ John Mahama ho no sɛ John Mahama bɛyɛ mampani after 2016 ekoduru 2020 na menkan hu sɛ amayoko na me se me dɔ no MPP no ebegu because mfie 9 po
ne waye
hwɛ de waye enti se ye gya no mane kɔ mfie nwɔtwe de a ene menkan hu se sama ma yoko na me dono no agu pani ne ka se me obi a me bu ni papa me respect pani no a se bi me mfa ne ni agrokra o ka se me kire me na me ka kire ne se o pani unim bibi me bu papa ne wo ma mehu unyansa ne unim de even though you are being biased against John Mahama no sa unyansa na wa kra watimi adi adanse se adi John Mahama eye no ebebo man ni nti no mi se tu chema na mom me fa sa futuo we ti se Ayitofela o tu David fo na erade ema unyansa yi enye nkwase asem e ka kire ni straight hwenani nkosu ya kese kama na me ka kire ni se erade ema wo nya Ayitofela mimi ye David a wutu mefo na me mpaye ni say erade ma wo nyansa we no enye nkwase ase
wo ewo wasum
yes because se wutimi ka kire me say obi atimi di mfie 9 aya adwuma kakraka sei na se ye mane kwan
twa 8 years
eta 8 years a obegu me political tradition dia ene I will prefer say me political tradition ni begu to say sa political tradition ni be ye na me man ebese na se ka Kufuor don ko ade a enka Ghana kran ke ni mampani ankeye
ba me ntwa one because listen well uhunwuma former president John Mahama start ye wokumase
yes
enka ba na anya fe ne yekwagi loan
no
abebo me na wo so ame ka ba na wa yeso ame interchange na the next target
the vision
so ame and
then John Mahama no the vision no keke. His vision keke no intimidates anything MPP. His vision keke. Do you know why? Because look, time a President Kufuor our vision to want to help this country grow. No, even at that stage, and you're free. The first time, and you're changing government in a democratic dispensation. No, now Rollins, my year, you set ups be President Kufuor brought a very new paradigm in our thinking politically. And now, a new President Kufuor yes obey no. He had so many obstacles. Share and Kufuor na omoye esi akwan e wo President Kufuor memu no. Omo nene omo agi aban ya omo bui. Akrofo nko. Go and ask why President Kufuor had a beef with Obi to say Osafumafo. Affordable housing Kobusa say Hakman Owusu Ajiman. 2007 2008 Auditor General's report. These are reports that are there. This is something that President Kufuor's government had paid for fully. Obia Yesikano, I was an Islam. Skelele paint on the tongue. Hakmosu Ajima on the tongue, Skelele paint. Kobusa say, paint, yen chiaka. Jomahama numba Professor Mills, almost omudiebo. And a my father for all. And a why and conform better Makotumuno. Man, chiomo.
Affordable housing.
Omonya bonida. Omonya bonida no. Na mo mama Ekufuor no ma da mo. As osaje we oni na mo na makochi no. Na asabi de omochi mum de na yare ahoi mum ba na asabi ayemobo. Wabra akromfo na mu osafumafo no ne nam ho. Professor Mills so in classmate nti wanche no. Wanche omo. Enti no se ko ba se Obi are getting the right for the first time. Because America is America because of only two things: infrastructure and a system. So we see infrastructure system be able to put infrastructure our system be our or my BM ebe faili. John Mahama na dream ha so be free SHS. No any wholesale wa bread any ho. No, he won't do it. Onu to say mami sidan makumaku 200. Secondary school makumaku 200 across the country. Your friend is saying World Bank dey ni nyina owie. World Bank dey no. Owie ni nyina. The onwa the government of Ghana funding yen when
okay.
Ekufuor do ba ye government of Ghana funding. Meanwhile, unim say John Kufuor, PLS Kufuor, Nyansani Kufuor started so for line, the way John Mahama and Mills buy, omu pay attention to the na President Kufuor ye no, and yes sir, and Kufuor do ye. And untino sa da papa ne kan sa sem ne kire me no. Even though na me de bufuo na ensem hame say party a yenya Nyansani ama na di anim de na de ekoso yi. Okwa kasa ne abetro ne abo. Ya na be metofo bi machofoɔ kakraka bi na ɔmo ne nanamwachi ɔmo bu so a enche na wawu poku sei minua na Kwame wabubu agu hɔ Ekufuor do macho boys o sa terrorist na make na ho asɛm ni bi no enti se ko base
se Ekufuor do metro man woni police service
se paninu timi bie na no ka kire me se si Jai Mahama obegu ye party a why would I have to support a cause enye in favor of Ghana? And pass so no unim say party from penifo ahodo a minimum so we President Kufuor Ansah sem o kan 2007 every wa this is something abema party nanim guase ayekese e wo badwam se Kufuor do ama ekobi betra baabi aka say Ghana enkomu nya ogifo bi o ko ogifo bi ba ena busuani Mahama wa man ne kwan enne amansan mehwe wei ayo bonsam nsa no ena osi enso yi enti no media makers sudua omo ya omo tabusa sa question ni say John Mahama about the 4 years ne be den no sebi mpanifo say unim owu a hwenda na no ya o 4 years ago na no ne 4 years keka odeba bed tratna mam hwennuma oyeye
enu na otumfo kwa yuka otu free kuma
yes
for the for
the first time what to free or he need two free kumase now on them yum fa me say your mama nyame na kasa
or he never be fai
your mama nyame na den or kasa no o wi e wasakodu kumase na o hini agye dem na o hini de o
e tu oban so sa be si
kumase straight he say o say enkranfo mo fuma sa se kakra bi but obesa aba odon kranfo do bia o hini de odo bia enti no me ka kosi so say obi abusa question bia wo a wo tie me say John ba mfie 9 no de be yeden a wo so wonye kronfo to say kufu ado ofa me bokro no wo de be tia kronfo de edikan wo de ba be sisi adan na wanwie no
obetoa so
wo de betoa so hospitals ahodo a wanwie no oba betoa so enyuma papa na John ye nyina na aka nwura mu aman ne nkoto ne sebo ne we mu nyina edi mu akotene no saa nyoma ne nyina oba bedodo ho na wa ye nyoma ne nyina yie de toso mienu John Mahama se ofri sa nyuma na waye dada ne hu nyina fi bia John Mahama se be ma ye ntomago a ene efraye no abedane ye kente because ya setram ye die yade ehia ne papa enyoma bia ekwa chew wona abam ye se de otwa sani se na chiachia John Mahama kan de da se o ye superhuman a sebi otwa asa na chianchia da o se ni sintonti eno yes ha people's manifesto ni say abribia no Ghana fo obi bedi manimu a ono ba mo na ase ano abeka de ono be ya ama wo o se da bi sa de na twam enu nti say no ono mom no aba wo na ase wo ye doctor obeba wo na ase biewu wo ye nurse obeba wo na ase biem obi biara wo Ghana ha dwuma ko bia fitafo nyina obeba mo na ase omo do pa bibia okadafo obi bia wo Ghana ha bia including omo NPP a omo abamu abu ya omo ni sabi enida so bia no obeba obia na so se sabre ni duru na John Mahama ba fa wo hawo nyina to nanim te se de wako Yesu anim ado wo hawo to nam yanim na sabre no wo ka kire na wo ba sabi oni uhwamoda
yada siya fasidama Tabia Herbal Center Tabia Herbal Mixture obi a malaria fever honam ya wo hawo wanuma to awuntimi ni di wadro ye Tabia Herbal Mixture da bia meka na malaria no ni fever ne honam ya wa aduane le edese de kwa no anum aye nwonwonwo sanso na Tabia Herbal Capsules eno so abo papa waist pains si yade constipation na yamutim wonum Tabia Herbal Capsules a clean wo system no mu akasa ma hu se wo yam ada hono kasa ma wa man kwada no fo ma wa fafro wunya 18 years ekwa Tabia Herbal Capsules nyade a wonum bie Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Capsules busu ewodwa so okashi drug lane udu hono ma chawo fra 0243 686861 0243 686861 anasa 0245749206 so Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic bibidro field and kasano no obi ayade kwankura be so do yade akira mansan so wonya nwedro yade stroke me odasani sawo shebre anase bia diabetes hypertension jaundice wuremfo bi ama wo akasa waye ha infertility oba ne bema mo pa wo na empemgro yade se bone setting no mpemu adwuma se do mpene buo se do mpemu ye wo ya bone setting eye bi wo Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Bright Soldier Caps bema waye soldier ni preocupe wo mpem Bright Garlic Plus Capsules garlic ye adwuma wo ni pedua mu a wo system ni ye cholesterol free na garlic besie so mo efefefe kama sugar level aduru no diabetes aduru eye garlic ntine wunya aduru we binu ma chese ahoden ko a enu ye busu wo dwaso ye wo ambulance ye this small manfo ye wo nuguadogon last stop estate junction fresh 0243 983906 0243 983906 quick credit omo ma obosia ya mansutwi bia enihu we say no eye bosia mansutwi free eti wokwa quick credit de wohia no Ghana card wo pesca start business wo pesca expand business when your emergency wohia sika wo ya ban dwuma eni wo ya wankasa wadwuma wo Ghana card de wokwa quick credit for her on bema obosia ni epi wo modi afre 0596 920833 0596 920833 shanin so se Bank of Ghana lances na dey yadwin to mo na regulate ye yen ma loan bia e wo internet so Eclipse collateral ena make kanfo dia mo bibia nyankopon adom aboa wa wo wa adwapade eti se wo fie no wo dia rent ankrofo tim ana se fie ni si baabi ana fie no wankasa na wutimo ana wadwapade bia ho nkrata no fa koma Eclipse collateral fo na do mo ye nyina dan se wo do nkrata abre wo mo a wo mo de ema obi na nipa de akwaje bosia na wajo percentage na wajo share wo de wunu ma ne se wadwapade ne nkrata no Eclipse ho ne wo omo no ko agreement say 1 year 2 years no so aka tell me say ya adwo eye medwapade no medi rent yo enkrofo tim madi hu sikasa me anso mi tim madi hu sikasa enso no me ban ma bagima do pese omo ukoso nso a na no omo aye adwuma saa enye edan kwansa senum ka no nyina wo de kwa ye be de kama ye wo Pantan Junction ye be Calf International School Adenta new site for year 0543 832466 0543 832466 so private security company bi a wakra ha sen so epenkofo no ma yadwuma wo mo pe security guys for e wo Achimota East Legon La Paz and Accra Central Tema Spinters ne empatemu qualification no eye wasi and as equivalent average so say you can you should be able to read and then write 19 years and above enti akwanya wo hono mo e de emaw wose wotua salary a eye papa personate so sanso etua e de maw for 0599565650 0599565650 and that's 0204681504 0204681504 so where the fast watching na Anetman Lawani or Sehunto they are not talking about Jane registration because they are also members of MPP to stop making the argument. Men kan kakra bina men fan sorry. Sanso ena Hafiz raising so on no respond or reply. Maria Adams the message I would ebaye. Unim abusuafo say mia me sanso ginamu. Me sanso ba be jemti messages in premature. Monfa encheme na otena de me ba because Commander etumi for sana nama oba Facebook no on read messages misremo ene de mo fanje because ene mete say yetu enkania buo mu 18% no ma hit ni ma soso pa ena mbai asida ye next Kwame Kwache Ernest Okwanwia ijin ba asida ye wodi ana na Kwabena Bobie Ansah my teacher my role model my boyfriend so asida kese enko enfama midi edna na maja kon up next Accra FM 6 p.m. news eda mu nyina se Yebe sanso ehyiemu ochene nyameboa